Hello, good afternoon in Spain, good morning, good night, good evening, whatever you are watching this. We are back in Campillos KartCenter in south of Spain in a heat of 33 degrees already, and the heat on the track is going up even more.
Yes, indeed. Welcome. That was Gert's Team Rots, the voice of Latvian motorsport. My name's Henry Baudet. I'm just a voice, but these are your masters drivers. They're going to be presented. We've got 5 races to go in this year's Sodi World Series International Finals. If you're watching this on the 3MK Events YouTube channel, please look at the live chat. Tell us who you're cheering for. You guys and girls at home have made this such a special event. You have been commenting in all the way through, and we really do appreciate it. Masters, 40 years and above, 30 drivers in the field, including the reigning and defending champion from France, Geoffrey Galichet. You're looking at Makoto Kubo, who will lead them out. They're going to walk out in starting order. By the looks of it, well, Makoto is at the front, Juan Esteban in second. Geoffrey Galichet is the third. Well, maybe the top 2 are in order. Everyone else just doing their own thing.
There is a random after the first starting row. We hope that it will be better on the real grid, but now they are just preparing to go on the grid for the historic photo of all drivers making this through to Sodi World Series International Finals Master Final.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a 16-minute plus 1 lap event. Galichet, the winner in 2024. Looking down the order, none of the masters that competed in Slovakia are competing at the front of this one. There is the big banner. That has been signed by as many of the 50 endurance teams and 200 plus sprint drivers across all classes. Already in the live chat, Lebanon getting plenty of support. Nadim Haddad is going for Lebanon in this race. There in the black and green race suit is Ian Anderson. He is from the Faroe Islands. If he doesn't wave with the camera, that means he can't hear us speak because he's profoundly deaf. Speaks only through sign language and an interpreter. He has won a race. There in the Brazilian outfit is Carlos Andre Augusto, who's actually competing for Aruba, which is where he spends most of his time.
Wonder why?
I wonder why. We look down the order. There's plenty of the kart skins race suit. Geoffrey Galichet, there he is on the left, your defending reigning champion.
There is Tero Mäkinen coming all the way from Finland and showing his love to all supporters.
Yes, indeed. You can see drivers. Frank Vignole is amongst them at the front as well. There's your starting lineup. Makoto Kubo, 15th in seniors in Sprint Cup last year, 12th the year before. He's now reached the grand old age of 40, which means he is eligible for the Masters division. Spot your favourite driver on the grid. If you are interested, if you know somebody who is hearing impaired and wants to get into motorsport, please go to Sim Racing. You can see the logo on Ian Anderson's race suit. He is part of an organisation that helps encourage and bring hearing impaired people of all ages into the world of motorsport.
And we are actually not sure, maybe even that helps when you are on the track and a helmet on your head, not to bother yourself with some sound from behind.
Yep, just the vibration of the engines. Okay, here come the drivers out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Kurt Teamrots, take it away.
Thank you very much, Henry Baudet. We will start from the bottom up and starting 29th and 30th from the 15th row on the grid. There are Martin Burgers and Carlos Andre Augusto.
Augusto driving for Brazil and Aruba. Burgers driving for Germany.
In the row number 14, Christian Rudnik and Nadim Haddad.
Haddad, the only Lebanese driver in the class. Christian Rudnik from Cool Runners Kart Circuit in Germany.
25th on the grid, Farid Taglet, and 26th, Luke Neibecker.
Farid is the only driver here from Tunisia. Luke Neibecker from France.
Jérôme Houet starting 23rd beside Stefano Lelli.
Jérôme Houet, the Frenchman, was 21st in this class last year. Italy's Stefano Lelli was 8th last year.
21st on the grid, Tero Makinen. 22nd, Fabrice Lanus.
Only 2 drivers here from Finland in total. Tero Makinen is one of them. Fabrice Lanus sounds and is French.
And 10th row on the grid for Marco Lauer and Kazufumi Saita.
Kazufumi Saita in kart number 23, his first time in Masters. From Japan, Marco Lauer from Germany, his first time here in Masters.
17th, Jose Pires, and from P18 on the grid, Olivier Laurenson.
Olivier Laurenson from Switzerland in kart 22, 4th in this event 1 year ago.
Starting 15th, Ruslan Zdenis, and on the grid in P16, Alexander Batirshin.
The Latvian driver, Ruslan Zdenis, is one of many Latvians here that's got a good chance of taking home some silverware.
13th, Frank Vernoli and Andrea Rocco in P14.
Andrea Rocco, one of the legends of Sodi kart racing, both endurance and now in sprint. His daughter will be seeing later in the Ladies' Cup.
And right after top 10 on the grid will stand Olivier Bruno and Laurent Coendo.
Olivier Bruno was 9th in this event a year ago, and Laurent Coendo from International Racing Karting in France.
And now in top 10, starting 9th is Gustavo Zimmermann Martins, and 10th, Julien Bezengi.
Julien Bezengi in kart 14, 13th in this event last year. Gustavo Zimmermann Martins from Portugal, 6th.
P8 for Jose Francis Gonzalez Jimenez, and P7 Joel Faure.
Joel Faure, 3rd on the podium last year. Jose Francisco Gonzalez Jimenez, he is in his first year as a master, 57th in Sprint Cup in 12 months ago.
Brice Nguesson starting 6th, and Eduardo Favila from P5.
Brice Nguesson 18th in this event last year. Eduardo Favila, the Brazilian driver, one of 2 drivers carrying the Brazilian flag in this race.
Second row on the grid, from the outside goes Ian Anderson, and from the inside, reigning champion in master category, Geoffrey Galichet.
Anderson took a win. It's the first time the Faroe Islands flag has ever appeared at this event. Galichet in the number 1 kart, last year's champion.
And beside our leader from the outside on the grid goes Juan Esteban, and here is Makoto Kubo with number 10 on his go-kart.
If you're ever wondering what this means to the drivers, look at Makoto Kubo's eyes as he gets himself ready. Once again, let's remind you all, It's not simply about who crosses the line first. Yes, there's a podium for first, second and third place on the road. But the overall winners, the Saudi World Series International Finals champion, will come from the accumulation of points scored over the course of 3 qualifying sessions, 3 heat races, 1 superheat, and this race. Gertz, take us through the point standings.
And Makoto Kubo has done almost everything perfect so far, and he is leading overall standings by 15 points now. He is starting from pole in the finals, so he is already on his way to the podium, to the champion title of the Saudi World Series Master category in 2025. 137 points for Makoto Kubo. Juan Esteban is 15 points down with 122 and only 1 point ahead of Geoffrey Galichet, who is currently third, only 1 point less for Ian Anderson, and they are fighting for the steps on the podium.
This race, this class, so you can see Kobo waving to the crowd which are gathered on the hill alongside our camera position there in the grandstand outside the restaurant here at KartCenter Campillos. Ian Anderson won the opening heat race. Heat number 2 went to Makoto Kubo, and then Frank Vignole won heat number 3. This morning in the superheat, honours went to Geoffrey Galichet. 4 races, 4 different winners, but Kubo is the driver that has been the most consistent. The age limit in this is 40 years old. Tero Mäkinen getting plenty of support, including from somebody who he's mentoring back in Finland, Jarmo Verialainen. Joel Faure getting support, Brazil getting support, but Lebanon in the live chat seems to be the most well supported nation, judging by the amount of Lebanese emoji flags.
This is formation lap before the grand final of master category here at Saudi World Series International Finals. They are warming up tires, they are getting ready to launch from the grid. The formation lap is coming to an end, and after a few moments, after a few seconds, we will start the main events, the main races here at Saudi World Series.
They move into their grid positions. Makoto Kubo checking to see that he is right on the limit. Watch to see Juan Esteban. Does he move his kart slightly at an angle so that he can come across? He gets pushed back there a little bit by the official. He moves.
Yes, he moved it slightly.
Yep.
That's the reason why he was pushed back.
But he's not at an angle. You can see Ian Anderson's kart pointed slightly inwards, the number 20
and you
machine.
see Bryson Gwesson with number 3. He's not pointing, but just to the right side of his starting position.
Yeah, he's to the right side of his grid box. Watch for the official in the white shirt. He will raise the green flag. When the flag drops, we go racing. Now we're seeing different support. Portugal, Latvia, Italy, everyone loving Andrea Rocco as well. And Ian Anderson getting some very well justified support as well.
And
this could be great.
Green flag is up. The finals begins. Makoto Kubo jumping away from his grid spot. It's Juan Esteban following him in second. Geoffrey Galichet is third. They are off their starting positions in the same order. Also Jan Andersen fourth now. Everything goes smooth through the first, second and third corners. What will go on in the next 15 minutes?
Now, what we learned from the two, the B final and the C final for the Sprint Cup, is that these 16-minute races, the drivers, number 23, already in trouble, Kazafumi Saita, down to the back of the grid. The drivers will be completing what I think is their 10th lap just about the time the clock strikes 0. So they've got to be very mindful of keeping their eyes on the clock. A huge dust cloud coming down the hill through turns 9 and 10.
It's a rallycross sector on the track.
Yes, and Juan Esteban in second place, happy to push Kubo along. Makoto Kubo does not need to win this race. I don't have the points spread in front of me for what points are on offer in this race, as Juan Esteban, Jeffrey Golichet and Ian Anderson pass Makoto Kubo for the race lead. We'll have a quick look at the points system. We'll bring you that shortly on screen. It's now Esteban, Galichet, and it's a lot of points. 120 points for the win, 110 points for second, and that means that even with Kubo down in 4th position, he has lost the points lead. Juan Esteban leads the race, leads the point standings, is currently on course for the title. But it's very early days yet, and we've got a 6-kart battle for the lead.
Kubo is down to P4 now. Juan Esteban leading, Geoffrey Galichet is second and Ian Anderson third. The 4 leaders have swapped their places and Kubo is down to P4. He needs to be in top 3 to maintain lead in overall standings. If Kubo drops out of top 3, then he is losing. But Juan Esteban, now if he finishes in front, he will win the overall ratings too.
Yes, the highest amount of points that Juan Esteban can score is 197. Kubo on 194 is running 4th. He's not anymore. He's running 5th. Eduardo Favila moves into P4. This is going to change the points standings once again. Looking down the order, everyone's still running. Saita is down at the back of the field. We saw Kasafumi Saita have that off-track excursion earlier on, but it's now Esteban leading the points as well as the race by 5 points.
Geoffrey Galichet going second now, and he is third in the standings. Every place Kubo is dropping back is good news for Geoffrey Galichet. Now he is on 186 points. That's 6 points behind Kubo. Still a few spots left there, but on second now is Geoffrey Galichet, and if he moves in front, there will be 10 points more. So in the finals, there are 10 points difference between first and second, 5 points difference between second and third, and then 3 points, and then we go down by 1 point further back. Juan Esteban leading, Geoffrey Galichet second, Ian Anderson third, Eduardo Favila moved up to 4th place, and Makoto Kubo is down to P5, and Favila is pulling away from Kubo.
Yes, he is. Might have to check the point standings. Obviously, may have different points for the heats and for the Sprint Cup and for the other classes. Just because there are 3 classes in the Sprint Cup.
No, there are no different points. A final is a final.
We are
through B finals, we are through C finals. For Sprint Cup, everyone else has just one big grand final to fight for.
Okay, apologies there. So the Alpha Timing live point standings on the timing and scoring screen are obviously correct. But we will keep you updated. On track, Juan Esteban, 0.4 of a second in front of Ian Anderson. There is Anderson, looking at him there. Then it's Geoffrey Galichet. Kubo has slipped back behind Favila, and also Joel Foray, and now where penalties are coming in.
Favila is classified behind Kubo now. He is in front, but number 13, Eduardo Favila, has got 3 seconds penalty for push to pass. And what's going on here? Is Favila going up in front? Not yet.
Favila's thinking, right, I've got to get to the front and I've got to pull away. So he's got one penalty. So he's now saying, go, go, go to Juan Esteban. Does Juan Esteban trust him? Well, we'll find out. Who's in third? It's Ian Anderson in third. Esteban and Kubo at the moment are tied. If it's a tiebreaker, I believe it's who finishes this race highest of all that breaks it. That's why we're seeing Esteban at the front of the thing. So it's a tie. If Esteban wins and Kubo finishes fourth, that would be a tie according to what we're looking at. Anderson, third in the point standings, third in the race. Galichet, fourth in the point standings, fifth in the race. 6 drivers up at the front. The last of them is Joel Foray.
Eduardo Favila fighting on the track for the win, fighting now in the second position. Third there is Ian Anderson, who is classified second because of 3 seconds penalty for Eduardo Favila. He is still in the contention for the podium.
Yes, indeed, because these 6 drivers have pulled out a 3-second gap over the fast starting Andrea Rocco in 7th. Then is Gonzalez, Jimenez, Bruno, Martins, Ngesan, Bazengi.
Geoffrey Galichet side by side with Makoto Kubo. Galichet goes inside in turn 16 and coming out of the last turn in this lap. Geoffrey Galichet is in front of Makoto Kubo. Eduardo Favila fighting for the lead. Closing the door is Juan Esteban, and he maintains the lead with a clear disadvantage from Eduardo Favila.
Now, Favila not happy that Esteban was squeezing him to the inside. Did he make more than one defensive manoeuvre? Anderson looking poised in third. Kubo has fought back for 4th position. All it takes, well, there's the move. Favila takes the lead on the road. Anderson coming to the inside. The Faroe Islands, excuse me, it's been a long week. Ian Anderson, second on the road, now takes the lead of this race. Whatever happens in the next 8 minutes or so plus a lap, if you or you know anybody that is hearing impaired, don't ever let anyone tell them or tell you that you cannot participate at the highest level of kart racing, because Ian Anderson has just taken the race lead.
And not only the race lead, also on the track he is now in the front of Eduardo Favila. Ian Anderson made 2 overtakes in 1 lap. Now they are back on starting straight. Favila is pushing forward Ian Anderson. There comes also Juan Esteban in P3. They have completed 1 more lap and 7 minutes to go in this race. Ian Anderson is leading race, and this brings him up to 2nd position in overall ratings.
Now all it would take for Ian Anderson to move past Makoto Kubo in the standings is for Joel Foray to pass Kubo. At the moment, Kubo is okay. With Esteban third in this race, Kubo is on course for the crown and the title.
It seems Kubo has to lose 2 places to Ian Anderson become a champion.
Yes, so at the moment, Favila in 2nd place on the road there, kart number 13. He is actually 7th overall, because closing in behind these 6 drivers, driver number 2, Jose Francisco Gonzalez Jimenez. You can't quite see him on the screen now. Here comes Esteban. He picks up a place on the track, but not in the race itself, because Favila has that 3-second penalty. Geoffrey Galichet, the reigning champion, is now standing between Ian Anderson and Makoto Kubo. Kubo saying, go, I'll push you. Kubo, whether he knows it or not, at the moment he's your champion. Anderson leads this race for the Faroe Islands.
The fight is on. Ian Anderson is leading. Back on the second place is Juan Esteban. Anderson almost pulled away, but we see it is impossible to go away alone. You need at least one car behind you, then you can slipstreaming and going faster. And now he's not waiting. Juan Esteban, he is trying to go inside of Ian Anderson before the turn 12. They are turning in. Anderson is going wide, back on the track, and uphill through the turn number 13 goes in front. Juan Esteban. Ian Anderson is second, and here comes Eduardo Favila with a 3 seconds penalty. He is still seventh.
Now, I think that pass may have
Kubo
changed.
and Galichet fighting in the 16th corner. Kubo showing some signs, but this time Geoffrey Galichet goes through and now he's in front of Kubo again.
How has that affected the standings as they cross the line? Well, Kubo loses a position. He's down to fourth, 190. He's got 194 points. Esteban is now leading the championship. He has taken the lead. The move on Anderson helped put Esteban back into the top spot. If Anderson holds on to the lead, can retake the lead, Kubo now under even more pressure from Joel Faure. If Anderson can pass Esteban, that might put Anderson back in contention for the crown as well as the race win. Favila pushing away.
Actually, for Kubo to win overall standings, he needs Anderson to be in front of Juan Esteban. Then Kubo can finish in his fourth place where he is driving now. If is Juan Esteban leading the race, then Kubo is second in overall standings by 3 points. So Ian Anderson is less dangerous opponent to Makoto Kubo than Juan Esteban is.
And they were both signalling to Juan Esteban just then, saying, no, let's push together. And then Esteban defended into turn number 16. We've got 3 minutes to go. Oh, Favela dropping off now. Anderson pushing the Spaniard away at a rate of knots. Favela's kart is now all on his own. There's Kubo back into fourth place. A tie between Esteban and Kubo in the points. But if the things stay as they are,
Galichet pushing wide. Makoto Kubo, he is losing speed. Geoffrey Galichet is up in front now and running third on the track. Makoto Kubo just lost one position, and there is Joel Faure in P5.
Faure fifth. Now,
Fifth in the standings, sixth on the track.
Favila is just 1.1 seconds behind Faure with his penalty taken into account. And of course, if these three drivers allow Favila to get away anymore, Favila will start overtaking them for real in the order. Let's look down the order again very quickly. Look, some notables. Rudnick and Burgers at the back of the field. Augusto 28th, Haddad 27th, Mackinnon 26th, Saita 25th, Patrician 24th, Lely 23rd, Niebecker 22nd, Perez 21st, Quendo 20th, Lauer 19th, Taglet 18th, then Huey 17th, Lanús 16th, and Gessan 15th, Pezengian 14th, Lorencon 13th, Zenis 12th, Verniole 11th, Martins is 10th, Bruno 9th, Rocco 8th, Gonzalo Jimenez 7th, Favila 6th, Faure, Kubo, Galichet, Anderson, and your leader, Esteban.
Juan Esteban leading the race. There are coming in penalties. Stefano Lely just got 3 seconds added to his racing time. But here is the fight for third place in the rankings. Geoffrey Galichet is there now. Finishing here, he will be 4 points behind Ian Anderson and in fourth overall. But he will go on the podium for the final here on the track, but leading is Juan Esteban, pushed forward by Ian Anderson, and Anderson dives inside. He did that once already, and now he is back in front. We are in the last minute of this race, and Ian Anderson is leading again. Juan Esteban following him in second place, and also those two drivers swapping their places are changing a lot in overall standings. Juan Esteban trying to go inside, there is no place. 3 Three go-karts side by side trying to deal into the 16th corner. Makoto Kubo is again in front of Geoffrey Galichet, moving up to third in this race classification. But this is Juan Esteban on the starting straight, overtaking Ian Anderson and getting back in front.
Now, Makoto Kubo's problems are actually doubling. We just saw Joel Foray being shuffled wide. He's dropped back there. He was on the outside of a Kubo Galichet 3-wide situation. The more that Kubo defends, the further Favila gets in front of him. At the moment, Favila is 8 tenths, it is 2 tenths in front, 8 tenths in front of Kubo. So Favila is running third on the road and now third in the classification. That means that even though Kubo is ahead of Galichet, he needs Anderson to win if he's got any chance. Esteban is currently your champion. Who's going to win the final? We don't know. The clock has struck 0.
This lap and one full lap till the finish line. One lap and about 1/3 of a lap still left in this fight. It's Juan Esteban leading, Jan Andersen going outside on the racing line. Juan Esteban defending already, and as he is defending, they are losing time. There is coming Eduardo Favila, who is already, even with a 3 seconds penalty, ahead of Makoto Kubo. Here comes Kubo, just got a little bit away from Geoffrey Galichet, but they have lost so much time during those fights. There comes Eduardo Favila fighting for second with Ian Anderson. Anderson goes to the outside and Favila is through. He is second on the road now, but classified still third with 3 seconds penalty. There in the front is Juan Esteban, and Eduardo Favila is not fighting with him.
It's game over for Makoto Kubo. He's been given a 3-second penalty. Kubo's been given a penalty. It's dropped into 10th. This is now Esteban's race and Esteban's title to win. Anderson will not make it, but he's third in the championship points, second on the road. Favila for Brazil is still on the podium. Anderson makes the move. Favila doesn't fight it. Now we've got 1/3 of a lap to go. What can Ian Anderson do? Juan Esteban for Spain is nearly home and dry. We'll have 5 different winners in Masters, and it looks as though the first title of 2025 will go to the home nation. Here comes Juan Esteban.
Juan Esteban out of the last corner and onto the starting straight. Juan Esteban takes the win in Saudi World Series International Finals Master category. Juan Esteban is our winner. He takes the win in the final and he takes the overall lead in front of Makoto Kubo. Kubo got 3 seconds penalty and is classified only 10th over the finish line. Second is Ian Anderson in this race, and Eduardo Favila will step on a third step of the podium. But Juan Esteban is leading the overall standings, 10 points ahead of Makoto Kubo. Kubo will get the silverware for second overall, but Ian Anderson will be on both podiums. Now on the track and later evening at the Malaga Automobile Museum.
Yes, he will, but they will be devastatingly disappointed. But let's congratulate Juan Esteban. Let's congratulate Ian Anderson from the Faroe Islands, second in the final, third in the standings. Eduardo Favila overcomes a penalty. He will finish third in this race for Brazil. Olivier, it was all change behind because there were incidents and penalties. Olivier Bruno finishes fourth. Andrea Rocco comes home in P5. Gustavo Zimmermans Martins, sixth. And then Jose Francisco Gonzalez Jimenez, seventh. Geoffrey Galichet comes home in 8th place. Joel Foray, 9th. And Makoto Kubo, 10th. They were fighting for 4th, 5th and 6th place, but obviously they all delayed each other. Just missing out on a top 10 as you look at some of the highlights of this race. It was Ruslan Zdenis from Latvia. Olivier Laurentian was 12th. Lanus, Hue, Bazengi, Kowendo next. Good result. Farid Taglet from Tunisia. Great drive from Fahed to finish 17th. And then you can see the rest of the running order. Lauer, Vignole, Ngesson, Perez, Niebecker, Lely, Patrician, Saita, Makinen, Haddad, Rudnik, Burgers and Augusto. Oh, that was Geoffrey Galichet on Juan Esteban. That could have been disastrous for Esteban.
That was Ruslan Zdenis going sideways after Geoffrey Galichet's contact.
Galichet, I think, escaped without a penalty. I'm not quite sure how that works, but
Makoto Kubo didn't. And that cost him 10 points.
It did. It cost him a chance. Although with Esteban winning,
anyway, they would be tied on points, and anyway, Makoto Kubo would be second in overall standings. So those 3 seconds actually did not change anything.
No, as things panned out as they did, Kubo would have finished second anyway. There's the move that sealed the win and the title for Juan Esteban, passing Ian Anderson. Anderson fought back. He tried. There's Kubo. I think that might be the reason that Kubo got the penalty, forcing Galichet wide. Just a fantastic race. Thank you to all the comments on the live chat. Plenty of people watching. We're on course. If you know somebody that might want to watch this, like and share the link. We are on course to get more viewers for this week's event than any other karting event in the world this year on YouTube. So if you do know anyone else who might want to watch this, might want to tune in.
You have to aim
tell them
higher,
now.
Henry. You have to aim higher.
Tell them now.
If we are watching Saudi World Series, they are not watching Silverstone.
Well, it's only practice and qualifying today. Who cares? This is where the real energy is at. You're right. I know that you'll be covering the Silverstone event tomorrow.
So we today can overcome Silverstone.
Yes, we can.
F1. Who cares about F1 when we have Saudi World Series finals?
Exactly. When you've got racing like that, who needs anything else? And the sportsmanship at the end also really, really impressive. That's what this sport is really all about. But karting Sevilla, that is where Juan Esteban does his qualifying races. That's the track he is representing here. And they have a champion. Spain have a champion. Juan Esteban is a winner. But now let's move on to the Ladies' Cup.
Here are the ladies waiting to go into the pit lane, take their go-karts and go on the grid for final. Here they are, ready to race. 30 best women all around the world through Saudi World Series rankings now are here in Campillos, Spain to fight for the championship title in 2025.
Let's follow this. Sofia Symbol, they're going to line up on the circuit. Melody Roman in the Saudi kart race suit. There's Debbie Wolfs going through your screen. Felicia Hines, the Australian. Vanessa Lariu, look how the petite and short she is. You know, she needs 2 people to carry the lead weight that she has to put in her kart. There is Carla Fade, just walking back to pick up some more lead. Now, last year, Louise Brown won this race. She competed in the endurance race yesterday. Her team took a top 6 finish. Debbie Wolf's second last year. Abby Sanders won in 2023. Who will win it this year? This is the 4th year the Ladies' Cup has been run as a standalone class. Carla Fadey is the only driver to have finished in the top 10 in all 3 previous runnings. In fact, she's finished in the top 5 in all 3 previous runnings. 3rd in Paris in 2022, 3rd in Slovakia in 2023, and 4th in Genk 1 year ago. She will start second to Wolfs. There is Debbie Wolfs, the Dutch lady from Kartbaan Oldenzaal. Hungry like the wolf, but she has a tattoo of a tiger on the back, and she says it's there for a reason. And if you watched
How do you know that?
Because she told me.
Oh, okay, I believe you.
While she was wearing her race suit. So to clarify, to stop any rumours starting, ladies and gentlemen, there's Sarai Garcia in the blue race suit, Nicole Protivova, look at Vanessa Lariu, Abby, Anya Barrett is there as well, Melody Roban going through your screen, there is Felicia Hines.
Any more tattoos, Henry?
I couldn't possibly comment, Gertz. Looking back there, there's Rosanna Marziano, Carla Fadey. Last but one. They're going to come out onto the circuit to take in the applause from the crowd. Again, Celine Koudari getting lots of support from Lebanon. Now we got Queensland. There's the best lady of them all leading them out, Teo Yaquinta. Oh, sorry, that's only on a Saturday night. Teo is a lady, apparently. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Your Ladies' Cup finalists. Let's take you through the starting lineup from last to first.
15th row on the grid, just through our screens go Evelina Mancio and Seto Lixin.
Seto Lee Sin from Singapore, there she is, First Lady from Singapore. Evelyn Mansiu, the First Lady from Moldova, to compete in this event.
Starting 28th, Joanna Moreira, and 27th, Felicia Hines.
Moreira from Portugal, Felicia Hines, well, her husband Sam only made the C final in sprint. Felicia from Queensland is in the main event for her class.
Heidi Draganic and Julie Tilkin in row number 13.
Draganic from Croatia, Julie Tilkin from Belgium.
Florentine Modric starting 24th and Elisa Rocco from 23rd.
2 years ago, German driver Modric was 4th. Alicia Rocco has just watched her dad Andrea come in the top 5 in Masters.
Lena Mariana Berge starting 22nd and Natalia Ibanez Gonzalez from 21st.
Mariana Borja Lena from Germany, Natalia Ibanez Gonzalez from Spain.
Melody Robin starting on 20th spot on the grid and 19th for Frederica Zetakova.
Even though Melody has the French flag next to her, she's representing KCR Karting Quebec, her home country of Canada. Frederica Zetakova from Slovakia.
Rosanna Marciano starting from P18 and Nicole Protivova 17th on the grid.
Marciano has qualified for every single Ladies' Cup in history. Her best result 8th in 2022. Nicole Protivova 6th last year, 7th 2 years ago.
There is Anya Barrett from 16th on the grid and Vanessa Lario starting 15th.
Barrett in the very bright pink race suit on her debut for Brentwood Karting. Vanessa Lariu's best result is 7th in 2024.
There is Margot Beal beside Céline Tabhouri on row number 7.
Margot Beal, the French lady, 13th a year ago. Céline Tabhouri making her debut in this event for Lebanon.
Lea Tajnikar and Anna Vodecka starting on row number 6.
Two veterans of this event, Tajnikar in kart 14, 4th and 10th in the last 2 years. Vodecka in kart number 26 was 12th back in 2023.
Starting from P10, Carol Bourgeois, and P9 for Elisabeth Johanna Schulze.
Bourgeois from Switzerland. Schulze, she was 20th in this event a year ago.
Row 4 for Aliona Palchik and Anastasia Tereshchenko.
Palchik in kart number 29 from Ukraine, 8th a year ago. Tereshchenko making her debut.
Here is row number 3. Yulia Shpichak from the outside, Sarai Garcia inside.
Shipchak from Ukraine took a pole position for heat number 2. Sarai Garcia from Spain was on the podium 3rd a year ago.
Ines Krushkova starting on the second row from the outside of the grid. Inside, beside her is Sofia Tsimbal.
Driver number 17, Ines Krushkova, qualified for this race from karting Loisias Nuili. Sofia Tsimbal is the best placed Ukrainian driver on in the grid for any final.
Here is number 8 of Karla Fade. Just fist pump with Debbie Wolves, who got pole position in this race.
Karla Fade from kart 56 and Debbie Wolves. 2 heat wins, 2nd a year ago. The Dutch lady is on potentially for the biggest result of her career. Fade focuses. The difference between Fade's facial expressions and that from Makoto Kubo earlier on, remarkable. Just quiet watching.
There we see number 20 of Sofia Tsimbal on the right side of the pit lane, right behind Debbie Wolves. She took her go-kart with number 3 on it.
Now, it started off. Debbie Wolves took pole position for 2 out of the 3 heats. The Ukrainian driver Yulia Shipchak took the 3rd pole position. Karla Fade won the opening heat. Debbie Wolves won heat 2. Fade took heat 3, but then Wolves fought back with a win in the superheat. Only the only 2 women to have won a race this week start on the front row. Points standings are as follows.
Debbie Wolves is leading point standings before the last race for women category by 8 points. Debbie Wolves is leading by 139, and there in second place is Karla Fade with 131. 4 points less for Sofia Tsimbal in P3. Ines Krushkova 1 point down in P4. Sarai Garcia is 5th, but she is missing 12 points still. Ines Krushkova.
Yeah, indeed. Shipchak, Garcia, Tereshchenko and Palchik round out the leading runners. But realistically, this is between Wolves and Fade. However, you cannot count out Tsimbal or Krushkova. Karla Fade's best chance is to drag Debbie Wolves into a multiple kart battle.
Who could predict Makoto Kubo finishing 10th in the Masters category? So we are not sure about none of the probable results of this race.
Exactly. Both ladies have their own theme song that is played on the stage if they win a race. For Karla Fade, it's On a Ragga Tip by SL2. Hey, hey, Fade, it's Karla Fade. For Debbie Wolves, it's Hungry Like the Wolf, Duran Duran. And they again, so much personality, you know. The lap times from some of the fast ladies are as good, if not better, than most of the drivers in the A final.
Here comes Karla Fade, just under the angle into the grid slot, and she's got moved back. Of course she is. No, that's not allowed. There are stewards on the grid watching every of 30 go-karts, 2 rows, 15 cars each are ready to race in a women's category final now in Saudi World Series. They're the Stewart with the red flag is going through, and the green flag, the man with the white shirt we see on the right side of the screen. Watch for him to raise the green flag above his head, and when it goes down, we start racing.
Hold your breath. Can anybody beat Wolfs or Fadey? On previous form, Crouch Cover has probably been the next fastest, over a single lap. There we go. Green flag in the air. Green flag down. We're off and racing. Fadey gets a jump away on the line. It's another great start from Carla Fadey. Wolf slots into second. Single file. Round turn number 1. Simbal is third. Crouch Cover is fourth. The leaders all safely through the first couple of corners cleanly. Who's going to make the first move? It's Crouch Cover. Whoa, she elbows Wolf's a little bit wide. Wolf's fights back. Now Crouch Cover gets hung out to dry as they head up the hill and look for Sarai Garcia with a blue race suit. She makes a move.
Sarai Garcia used the moment when went off the road. Sofia Simbal just 2 wheels off the asphalt, and she lost already. There is Sarai Garcia now fighting for the 4th on the track, and Ines Krushkova is behind her in P6 only now.
Oh, now we'll find out at the end of this lap what the head-to-head fight between Fadey and Wolfs, who that favours. Can Fadey win this crown by finishing first with Wolfs in second?
I suppose until Wolfs is in second, it's not enough for Carla Fadey. But where is she gone? During one lap, less than one lap, she's so far away. Is there someone able to catch her?
Well, of course, Debbie Wolfs had to deal with an attack from Crouch Cover on the start line. That is the problem, and the answer is Carla Fadey can win this title even with Debbie Wolfs in second. 2:06 for Fadey, 2:04 for Wolfs. It's a simple mathematical equation. Whoever crosses the line first between Fadey and Wolfs is champion. Now Debbie Wolfs, well, hungry like the wolf is one thing. She also needs the eye of the tiger, because she's got to push and she needs help from Fadey's fellow Frenchwoman, Ines Krushkova.
Ines Krushkova now in third, pushing forward. Debbie Wolfs, there is Sofia Simbal and Sarai Garcia. It seems like they have got an agreement too, and they are now running fourth and fifth. Then trying to catch those in front, but there is beginning one more fight there at the back, and it seems like we will be left with those two fighting for the steps on the podium.
Let's look at the gap. Fadey
Where
all on her
going
own.
Carla Fadey? How that is possible? No one has been able to pull away alone.
Well, we'll check the gap. At the start of this lap, it was 1.2 seconds. Now Crouch Cover has passed Wolfs on this lap. Crouch Cover still does the fastest lap of all. Wolfs is not in touch. Wolfs is... she's got to work hard. The gap is 1.3 seconds. Here is Simbal in fourth, Tereshchenko fifth, Garcia sixth, Shipshak seventh. Then it is Palchik, Lariu, Vodechka, Sulcha, Tajnikar, Barrett, Protivova and Tabchuri. Your top 15.
And it's Sofia Simbal losing a place. Now it's Sarai Garcia there down in the P6. Now Julia Špičák behind them, but Carla Fadey is incredible fast. Now Ines Krushkova setting the fastest lap time of the race with the help of Debbie Wolfs. They are going together. But anyway, Carla Fadey is only 6,000ths of a second slower driving alone.
This is impressive. Fadey got the jump off the line. You can see hands low on the steering wheel, moves them up, tucks down. Crouch Cover is closing. Wolfs, I just don't understand. I don't know. Wolfs she's not able to stay with Crouch Cover. At the moment, Ines Krushkova is Debbie Wolfs' best friend.
Ines Krushkova has shaken off Debbie Wolfs because Ines Krushkova is driving second, and if that crowd behind is able to catch Debbie Wolves, there will be problems for Debbie Wolves, and Debbie Wolves has to lose about 8 points in this fight, and then Ines Krushkova will be second overall too, not only on the track now.
Krushkova is just at a 1 minute 24.255, 7/10 of a second quicker than Carla Fadey, and 8/10 of a second quicker than Debbie Wolf. She's also just put in a purple first sector, and she has caught Carla Fadey.
It seems like someone has turned off Slipstream. It
yeah.
seems like normal go-kart race as usual, but how Carla Fadey ran away? How Ines Krushkova was able to catch her? They were almost 2 seconds in front. They are driving alone. They were driving alone, and now they are back together. Will they wait to get behind, increase, or start fighting now?
Well, Fadey knows her countryman is there, and Krushkova says, I'm going to push you, let's go, go, go. Bad news for Debbie Wolfs. That means that she's got to try, she's got company. Terashenko is the driver in 4th place. She is now going to try and push Wolfs up to the lead. Can she do it? It's going to take a big battle between Fadey and Krushkova for that to happen.
Sofia Tsimbal is there in P5, Vanessa Lario in P6, Julia Špičák in P7, Aliona Palčík in P9, then is Anna Vodecka in P9 is Anna Vodecka, Palčík is P8, Lea Tajnikar completing top 10, Nicole Protimova just moved up to P11, and Sarai Garcia is down in 12. Sarai Garcia just got a penalty. She is up in a 6th or 7th on the track, but she is classified 12th with a 3 seconds penalty. Also 3 seconds penalty for Ibanez Gonzalez, and that's so far, that's all. 2 penalties.
Yep, 2 penalties. We've still got 9 and a bit minutes to go. Now, there's Debbie Wolfs. She's down to 4th position. Terashchenko has taken 3rd position. Terashchenko is 5th in the point standings. Not really a factor. Sofia Tsimbal is 4th in the points. Krushkova 3rd. It's Fadey 206. Wolfs 199. Krushkova 191. Tsimbal 182. That's the standings at the moment. Sarai Garcia crosses the line, but she's down in 11th position. Not on track, but in the classification with their penalty apply. Barrett runs 12th. Palčík, Vodečka, Šipčák, Palčík, Tajnikar, and Vodečka all in the top 10. Vanessa Lariu is now in the top 5. Watch for the pint-sized young lady with the Ayrton Senna replica crash helmet.
Ines Krushkova is pushing forward Carla Fadey. She is helping Carla Fadey to run away, but everyone else there behind are helping Ines Krushkova to get away points from Debbie Wolfs. Debbie Wolfs is 4th now, and she is still only 5 points ahead of standings of Ines Krushkova. So Ines Krushkova taking the lead will overtake Debbie Wolfs on the standings. If she is second, she just has to wait for others to overtake, but she doesn't. She moves into the lead. Ines Krushkova is leading now. Carla Fadey, who was so incredible fast in the first laps of this race, now is second. Can she fight back? There is still a lot of laps to go. We have 7.5 minutes plus 1 lap. Ines Krushkova is in front. Carla Fadey following in a second. This move gives Ines Krushkova overall lead. There is so much points for win in a grand final. So Ines Krushkova running first is leading overall standings in front of Carla Fadey by 5 points.
Well, there we go. Whoever crossed the line first between Fadey, Krushkova and Wolfs is your champion. It's now a tie for second. Fadey and Wolfs on 196 points, but Fadey would get it by virtue of finishing higher up. Now Fadey is going to have to attack. She's going to have to attack. Let's see. 6.5 minutes to go. Look at the advantage these two have got. Wolfs is half a second behind Tereshchenko. Krauchkova 124.058 seconds. And, I have to say, having, I'm not employed by SotiCart. I'm an independent worker. I've worked at this event for some time. When you see the levels of preparation, these are all brand new karts. The engines have been tested, and you can see there. People saying, oh, it's only because so-and-so's got a good kart, or these karts not very good, they're not equal. That's a load of bunkum. It's rubbish. 0.3 of a second separated the top two in the endurance race yesterday. And when you say about good karts and bad karts, you're taking away the talent of the driver. It's not about, the whole point is it's equal equipment. No one can spend any more money. It's simply about who's the best driver. Okay, Krauchkova, she has been rapidly fast all week. Carla Fadey now has to do something. She's got to drive. Carla, drive it like you stole it, young lady, because Krauchkova is running the risk of pulling away. You can see the difference there. It is good in a straight line, that kart, but karting is it's not just about straight lines, it's about how you get round the tight and twisty bits as well.
It seems like it's not about karting, it's not about straights, it's not about corners. It seems like Ines Krauchkova is just incredible fast now. Carla Fadey ran away at the beginning of the race, but there Ines Krauchkova was busy fighting for the second place. Now she caught Carla Fadey on the track, driving alone, without assistance, without slipstreaming. She just was faster, and now she is at the front, and she is faster. There are already almost 0.4 of a second between them. 4.5 minutes still to go. Carla Fadey is doing everything she can to not lose Ines Krauchkova. She has the chance to fight for the win in this final and for the win in overall standings. Those two ladies are now deciding who will step on the top step of both podiums here at the track and later in the evening.
Yep, Wolfs is 4 seconds behind Tereshchenko. Debbie Wolfs is fading, her chance of fading. This could be, it's a head-to-head battle between France, Krauchkova and Fadey.
But Debbie Wolfs now, they're right behind her is Julia Špičák, Vanessa Lario, Sofia Cimbal and Anna Vadecka. Also Aliona Palchik is there. They are fighting with Debbie Wolfs, and each of this position is costing points for Debbie Wolfs. Now she has 16 points advantage over Sofia Cimbal, but that's in a fight for the third place.
Yeah, indeed. Penalties for driver number 10, Joanna Sulce. Penalty for Anya Barrett, 3 seconds apiece. That puts Sulce down to 24th, Barrett down to 16th. Fadey runs the risk. She's just about able to hang on in the slipstream. So you could say that Fadey's kart is better through the turns than Krauchkova. Fadey is driving so hard. She's just about there. If she can just stay in the wheel tracks. But of course you're not breaking through here.
If her kart would have been better in the corners, she wouldn't let away. She was there right behind Ines Krauchkova.
Yep.
She will be still in the slipstream if she would be faster in the corners. She is losing through the whole lap. Just Ines Krauchkova is doing something incredible in this race.
Ines Krauchkova, her best lap so far, 1:24.05. Fadey's best lap, 1:24.2. It's only 0.2 of a second in it. There is Anastasia Tereshchenko in third. And here is the battle. Debbie Wolfs has dropped right down the order. It's all gone wrong, sadly, for Debbie Wolfs.
Not all. She's still third in overall.
Oh, yeah, at the moment. But yet, Cimbal is fourth in the points. And Cimbal is down in 7th position. Špičák, Wolfs, Lariu, Vodečka. Wolf's down to 7th, Vodechka 8th, Palchik 9th, Tajna Kartet, then Margot Beal, Sarai Garcia, Zetakova, Protivova, Roban, Barrett, your top 16. This time around, Fadey isn't as close. We've got 1 minute 19 seconds to go, and Ines Krauchkova saying about the difference in lap time is 0.2 of a second. That's hardly, let's give the drivers some credit, shall we? I've got to say, if you're commenting on the race back home with your Race Saudi World Series, it means you haven't been good enough to qualify for this. All these ladies have. They're using different karts in every single race. It's randomly selected. Fadey is not out of this one yet. Don't write off Carla Fadey.
And they are through last corners of this lap. Ines Krauchkova still leading, 0.6 seconds between them starting this lap. The last 20 minutes in this race, they are through the starting straight, so 2 laps remaining. Ines Krauchkova leading, Carla Fadey in second, and 1/10 of a second has moved away Ines Krauchkova. She is fast. She just set the fastest time in the middle sector in the previous lap. There was this 1/10 of a second Ines Krauchkova in the middle part of the track. There it is. Second sector is fastest for Ines Krauchkova. Then Vanessa Lario and Sofia Tsimbal. Also Julia Špičák and Anna Vodecka are now in front of Debbie Wolves. Debbie Wolves down to P8 on the track, but she still is in top 3 in overall rankings, and she still has got 9 points advantage over Sofia Tsimbal. So if nothing goes terribly wrong for Debbie Wolves, it is already actually, but if not more, then she will be on the podium in overall rankings.
Yeah, so Krauchkova last time round, 124.26 in clean air, no slipstreaming. Fadey last time around, 124.36, exactly 1/10 of a second slower, no slipstreaming. Vanessa Lariou in 4th place, 125.4, another 10th slower, and that's and I don't think Vanessa, maybe she has one slipstream, maybe she's on her own. She's at the head of a train. Tereshchenko a 124.9, without a slipstream, but Tereshchenko has moved up into 3rd position, as well. So each car, yes, it has different characteristics. Krauchkova has been fast all weekend, though.
Krauchkova leading. This is final lap of this race. There is Carla Fadey following in second, and this result brings also lead in overall standings for Ines Krauchkova. She started the race in only P4. She was 4th in the overall standings before the final, and now she's so fast. She went through the rankings, went up to P2. She catched Carla Fadey driving alone. Both of them were alone. Then Ines Krauchkova moved into the front and pulled away from Carla Fadey, who was able to pull away from everyone else at the beginning of the race. We have 2 fastest drivers in ladies category here driving to the 1st and 2nd at the end of the final lap.
They have driven away from everybody, not because they've got different equipment, just because they've been pushing harder and harder. And Ines Krauchkova will become the 4th Ladies Cup champion in history, and it is a best ever result in this competition for Carla Fadey. She now has 3 podiums in 4 years. It doesn't matter where the track is, it doesn't matter what kart she's in. Carla Fadey finds a way. Debbie Wolfs will be 3rd overall, but she finishes down in 8th position. Tereshchenko takes 3rd overall, and look at that sporting gesture there. France 1-2. That's France's 10th race win of the week. And we look down the order. Tereshchenko, they drove away by 8 seconds. I have been doing this sport at every level for 20 years, and you sometimes get that, Gert. You just get two drivers, they push. Every time in his Crouch Cobra went quicker, Fade went quicker. That pushes Crouch Cobra to drive a little bit harder. Then Fade to catch up again, she pushes a little bit harder. And so on until they've realised the rest of the field are in a different area code. I've seen it happen all across karting. You know, yes. Is it a all action passing, repassing? No. But it's drivers driving at 100% inch perfect, digging deeper than they've ever had to dig before for a major prize. That's what we saw there.
Vanessa Lariu comes over finish line in P4. P5 for Soviet Symbol. Julia Špičák is 6th. Anna Vodecka 7th. Debbie Wolves over finish line in P8. Followed by Lea Tajnikar, and Sarai Garcia with a 3 seconds penalty is classified 10th. Margot Biel in P11, Aliona Palchik in P12, Nicole Protivova 13th over finish line. It's Melody Roban in P14th, Frederica Zetakova in P15, 16th is Florentian Modrich, and 17th Anya Barrett, 18th place for Rosanna Marciano, 19th Elisa Rocco, 20th Celine Tabhuri, and the 21st Heidi Draganic, then followed by Bourgeois, Berge, Heinz, Schulze, Ibanez Gonzalez, Tilkin down in 27th, and after Moreira, Manchu, and Lee Xin.
Let's have a quick run. Some of the people that were getting so much support online. Anya Barrett's there, 17th. For Brentwood Karting, a lot of people, Bo Sullivan, Ellis Cox, who's raced in this event before, Crouch Cobra and Carla Fade obviously getting so many, Orenk, Axel, F1 supporting our new champion. A lot of commiserations for Debbie Wolves. Obviously the Dutch contingent not happy, although I did notice that Debbie's sister Fleur was saying, hey, if Debbie can't win, then I'm cheering for Day, and I'm cheering for other drivers as well. Felicia Hines, well, I'm glad you stayed up late, Adrenaline Sports Queensland. Felicia in her first race out in this event, 24th. Will she be back? Yeah, nah, yeah, of course she'll be back. And Sulce down in 25th. Sadly, Manchu and Lee Sin couldn't quite, they all finished the race, but they were down in 29th and 30th. Well done to all the ladies. And next up it will be, is it junior or kids? Kids next up. Not the youngest, but the lightest 30 drivers in the entire event. For those that are keeping score like me, France 10 wins, Spain 9, 3 for the UK, 3 for Netherlands, 2 for Belgium, and then 1 race win this week each for the Faroe Islands, Latvia, Austria, Japan, Lithuania, Portugal in the endurance, Greece, Ukraine, Sweden, and Germany. There we are. That's that. Pretty soon, it's going to be the turn of the kids. This could be spectacular. Well, there look, Sam Nygren. He will start this race second. Sam Nygren, again, plenty of support still coming in for the ladies. Now, time for the kids. There is Max Piontek. Very good. Piotr earlier on said, you know, when you see that accent under the A, it's like, do I like ladies tennis? Well, of course I do. Who doesn't? It's like Igor Swiatek. And I think, no, okay, so I know I'll remember that forever now. It's Piontek, Max Piontek.
That's because of that small sign at the A?
Yes, the accent on the A. There he is, the Bambini Racing overall. So Max does a lot of racing in two-stroke as well. Sam Nygren. Oh, 20. He has got a big task on his hands. Daniel Jacob, he's driving under the French flag, but he is part of the Project D. He's sort of an honorary Lebanese driver as well. The Duck, Jude Puddlefoot, plenty of support. Charlie France, watching on back home. And again, some of these drivers, hey, this is just based on weight. So they weigh all 60 drivers that are here under the age of 16. The 30 lightest go in kids, because basically, okay, they've got to weigh the same. So you can't have, you know, age group. Say if you've got a very, very tall 12-year-old, but a very small 16-year-old, it's still, to be fair, because you can't have, you know, one driver not being able to make the weight limit.
I suppose it's just because for the lightest of them, you cannot put so much ballast in the go-kart. There is
it becomes dangerous. Only so much space
for a ballast. So they are with a different category.
Now, there's Piontek. Let's look down the order. There is thumbs up, big smiles, orange race suit.
Some stressful and nervous smiles with you
Yeah,
there. The tension is high. Yes, someone wants to sleep already.
You can see the blue and white race suit of Agaliki Nusapulu. Pole position earlier on this week. Let's just take you through what happened in the heat races. Luka Bogoslavich won the opening race.
We are missing 4 kids category drivers on the pre-grid now. So everyone who knows, if you see some kid on the track, please get the racing overalls on and put him into the pit lane. So 4 drivers we are missing now in this queue. So to go out on the track to make this historic photo here at Saudi World Series 2025. We are still some kids category drivers missing, so please proceed to the pit lane, everyone from kids category.
We know that they're all here because they all raced in the superheat. So it was Bogo Savljevic, he won the opening race. Livio Innocenti won the second race. Looking down to see who won heat number 3, it was Jokubas Kaminskas for Lithuania. Then, this morning, it was a win for Sam Nygren. So there he is, the black and gold, just with his hands up underneath his collar. As we look down the order, I couldn't tell you exactly who's missing. All chatting amongst themselves. There's one driver. Okay, I think one of the drivers missing. We've just seen them walk through. It was Kotaro Asanuma. There's another driver running through. That gives us 2 of the 4 drivers that were missing. In fact, 3 of the 4 drivers panicking to get to the circuit. Now they're trying to figure out where they go. Onto the circuit we go. So, as the kids take their steps onto the track, let's take you through the starting lineup.
Paul Ledma starting 29th.
Paul Ledma from Estonia in kart number 30.
It's Enzo Felix and Mark Berses in row number 14.
Felix represents the go-kart on-track karting Wallingford for Connecticut. Mark Berses, go-kart sport VAC in Hungary.
26th, Alexander Drzewiecki, and 25th, Nolan Hebet.
Two drivers that are making their debut in this competition from Belgium and Poland, respectively.
Starting 24th is Javier Brosu and 23rd, Evan Dhanaswara.
Canada's Xavier Brassou and Indonesia's Evan Dhanaswara.
22nd is Daniel Jacob and 21st, Denis Mares.
Daniel Jacob driving for France, but also represents Lebanon. Denis Mares from the Czech Republic in kart 20 from the Czech Republic. Motokari Modris, his home track.
It's top 20 for Ryusei Takagi, and starting 19th, Ricky Weinstein.
Ricky one time. Ricky Weinstein from South Africa. Ryusei Takagi from Harbour Circuit, Kisirazu. He was 25th last year.
There is Esteban Freihuber and Matisse Aita Ragwe Cheng on row number 9.
Rajwe Cheng won one of the heat races on the road, but was given a penalty. Esteban Freihuber from France.
There comes in a blue racing overall Angeliki Nosopoulos starting 16th beside Tam Firas in 15th.
Tamim Firas' older brother Malik has finished 5th in the top 5 in his Sprint Cup B final. Angeliki Nosopoulos became the first young lady to ever qualify for a heat race in kids class in pole position.
Franjo Toncic and Jonteo Nauland starting from 7th row.
Croatia's Toncic, another driver to take pole position in one of the heat races, and Theo Noland from the Dubai Kartdrome representing the UK.
P12 for Enzo Bisceglia and P11 for Rodrigo Kakers.
Enzo Bisceglia from Belgium, he was fastest in first qualifying. He finished 20th last year. Rodrigo Kakers, 22nd back in 2023 in Slovakia.
There is in P10 Kazuki Yamada and P9 Kotaro Asanuma, Japanese starting row.
An all Japanese 5th row, Yamada, 22nd last year. Tsunama, his first time in the Saudi World Series final.
We are up to P8 on the grid. That is Luka Bogoslavljevic and 7th, Jokubas Kaminskas.
Austria and Lithuania on row number 4. Both drivers have won one heat race here this week.
3rd row on the grid, from outside starting with number 22, we see him there. The go-kart is still empty in the pit lane, but there must be Marcel Cruikshanks and beside Livio Innocenti in P5.
Spain's Marcel Cruikshanks from Circuit d'Osona, Livio Innocenti from karting Audincourt. He was one of our Bell Helmet prize winners the other night.
There is go-kart number 25, and in there is Juraj Mikuš starting 4th and Jude Podfoot starting from 3rd.
Juraj Mikuš was 3rd in this event a year ago. Jude, the Duck Puddyfoot, was 9th in this event 1 year ago.
But here on your screens is Sam Nygren starting 2nd from the 1st row outside of the grid, because inside and pole position goes to Max Piątek.
Sam Nygren is the only one on the front, starting on the front 2 rows of the grid, who has actually won a race this week. He's the only driver here from Sweden. Max Piątek from Poland, kart number 11, was 6th in this event a year ago. But that's significant. Piątek, Pudderfoot and Mikuš have not won a race this week.
That's all about consistency, right?
And it means that the point standings are extremely close indeed, are they not, Gert?
They are, Henry. 123 points for Max Piątek. He is leading standings now. Only 3 points less for not only Jude Paddefoot, but also for Sam Nygren. They are tied on 120, just 3 points behind Max Piątek. And that means whoever of them will finish first will be first in overall rankings too. In fourth place is Juraj Mikoš with 113 points. Then in top 5, Krishans. Top in sixth, Innocenti. They are on 105 and 2 points less for Bogoslav Lievic and Kaminskas, 103 for both of them.
I mean, you said earlier that what's happening today is more important than what's going on at Silverstone. That is, you speak facts, Gertz, because there are people on the live chat who are foregoing the FIA Formula 2 race for this. I'm getting word from my sources at Silverstone that Lando Norris has said, sod it, Piastri can have pole position, I need to know who wins Sprint Cup later on. I'm just saying, my sources, they never lie.
If now they are skipping F2 race to watch kids category, it
Who
means
cares about
probably
F2 anyway?
Everyone will have to skip Grand Prix race to watch our Sprint Cup final.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Sam Nygren there, can't see his eyes because he's got his tinted visor on, and starting from the outside. Any one of the top 7 can be champion. Any one of the top 8 can be champion. 20 points in the final is absolutely nothing. And it is all on points. The points that you gain from 3 qualifying sessions, with a pole sitter in each one, gain 2 points. Then points for each of the 3 heat races. This morning's superheat and this final, all those points are accumulated. Whoever has the most from 1st to 30th, that's your final championship order. Obviously there is an actual final event. You do get a podium and trophies for 1st, 2nd and 3rd on the road. Why do we do it that way? Because it prevents the final just being a Dodgems race.
Because there is no race, no even one lap or even one corner when all these drivers can go easily through. They have to push 110% just all the time. Every time they go out on the track, it counts.
Indeed. Poland, Sweden, the United Kingdom, Slovakia, France, Spain, Lithuania, Austria, Japan, Latvia, Belgium, Croatia, Jordan, Greece, South Africa, the Czech Republic, Canada, Indonesia, USA, Hungary and Estonia represented in this class. Had a lot of fun with the families and friends and supporters and rivals of the kids and juniors. I've seen there's the duck emoji is absolutely flying up there. Plenty of people going quack, 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 quack. The Swedish flag flying for Sam Nygren, and of course, Ricky one time. Ricky Weinstein for South Africa has got plenty of support as well, as I'm sure do all the drivers. Let's go. This will be, just like all the other classes, a 16-minute race. No less track time for the youngsters than there are for the senior drivers. They go up through turn number 5 behind the pace cart. The duck hoping that Nygren doesn't fancy making Swedish meatballs out of duck meat. The Enzo Spartan. Yes, Daniel Jacob representing, well, he's got a French flag next to his name, but he is representing Lebanon in this race. It is possible to win this crown without winning an actual race. It's unlikely. You need, those winners' points at some point. Both finals so far have been decided by both championships so far have been won by the driver that finished first on the road. There are more points available in this race than any other. You can see one of our Saudi employees getting some social media footage from the two-seater pace cart down at the back. That's Paul Liedma, the Estonian driver. It's been a tough week for Paul. I think he is the only driver that's got a penalty in pretty much 100% of his races. Just trying a little bit too hard. You can't blame them. They're just all trying, but obviously trying too hard, you end up starting down at the back.
But that means commitment.
He's
got plenty of.
We've got great news. We want to know, did Vinny C is not watching this race from computer science. He's watching it from home. We want to know, did you get detention? Jack William, Roman Curtis was quite worried that you might get detention. Did your teacher notice? And did you show your teacher home? getting a shout out from the commentators in Spain?
And now we are back on the grid. There is something with Luka Bogoslavjevic. He's putting his hand in the air.
He's missed his grid slot. There's jump starts and then there's that. And now, luckily, he put his hand in the air to say...
So far, it's not jump start. It's not classified as that. He's pushed back in his starting slot.
Other people from the UK, they tried watching it in school, got rumbled. Sorry. Just Charlie France... let us know where you live and we'll send you a letter to your school to say that you should be fine. And watching from Clay Pigeon, Club 100. There's a race going on there down in Dorset in England. And we watch, we wait. The kids.
Here they are on the grid and under the scorching sun of Spain, where the temperature has risen already to 35 degrees, and they are there in their racing overalls waiting for the green flag to go down and start racing. The main race of kids category is on. Max Piantek going away so well. Jude Padford is second, and what happened to Sam Nygren? He's trying to hold third. He's on the inside. He is third. There behind is Luka Bogoslavjevic, but what a great start for Max Piantek. He is leading now.
Piantek got a good start. Nygren got a terrible start. Nygren came across the middle of the circuit assuming that Juraj Mikoš would be there, but Juraj Mikoš went round the outside. And a spin. There's a big incident. Driver goes around. That's number 6. Enzo Bashalia, the Belgian driver. Bashalia out of contention. That would have delayed a number of other drivers as well.
Is that Bogoslavjevic trying to go inside all those corners starting from 8th till 10th? We will see how that will work out.
It certainly was an orange race suit, the same as Bogoslavjevic wears. There is Puddifoot in second position. Piantek leads. Nygren looking to the inside. No, he stays in third. Fourth is cart number 7, Livio Innocenti. The Puissance race suit, red and black. There's a signal from the duck. I've got a wagon underneath me. Let's roll.
And they are rolling. All 5, 6, 7 of them there at the front are rolling. Kids final has started. First lap is done, and great start for Max Piantek. He is leading with a 2/10 of a second behind him are everyone else, starting with Jude Puddifoot. And there they are. Here we just saw how much faster he's going train of a go-karts instead of one driving alone.
Yeah, look at that. 5 carts locked together as they run. Piontek 198 points, Puddifoot 195, Neugren 180, Mikosh 168.
It's Nygren pushed wide. He's losing positions now. He is on the outside, and there is a train down to 7th place.
Gets hung out to dry like the laundry. Nygren, though, luckily can slot back in. We've already got this breakaway group. Rodrigo Caicas
and he's
has had a
starting
good
to fight
start.
back.
Oh, here we go. Now, of course, this is good to watch. It's bad for all these drivers trying to win. Nygren sends one up the inside from a different zip code, 3 wide. Nygren says, okay, Mr. Caicas, you go through as well. Now Nygren's on the outside. They're battling for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Nygren can't get out of anyone's way. He wants to slot back in. Yamada and Asunama, the 2 Japanese drivers, are also in this battle. Let's see how this affects the running order, with Piontek and Puddifoot running 1-2 now.
Piontek now is leading with 198 points and 13 points less for Jude Puddifoot in this position. Here they come through, first 3 drivers, and then there is Rodrigo Caicas leading in 4th place. This group of 5 or 6 go-karts right behind him. Here are the leaders, and then come the next train.
It looks as though Puddifoot, well, would there be a 13-point switch if Puddifoot was to get ahead of Piontek? Could Puddifoot win this by finishing first and Piontek second? Or does he need another driver to get in between him and the Polish driver in cart number 11? Piontek, don't forget, both Piontek and Puddifoot top 10 in this event last year.
And there is Innocenti now driving 3rd, but Livio Innocenti is now 5th overall and just 9 points behind 3rd placed Nygren, and he's in front, so just a few points more and Livio Innocenti can get on the overall podium.
In addition to Bashalia, who we saw spinning, Agaliki Nusapulu and Theo Noland have dropped right to the back. They started 13th and 14th respectively. Well, okay, that tells you always know. Bashalia started 12th, Nolan 13th, Agaliki 16th. Those 3 all coming together and losing ground. Everyone's still running. 14 getting a 3-second penalty. Oh, Nusapulu, a 3-second penalty. Maybe she was adjudged to have been at fault for this. Up at the front, no change of the race order, no change of the championship order. The only thing that has changed is the gap between the top 3, and then Caicas, Mikosh, Nygren, Yamada and Asunama, who run in 3rd, for the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. That gap has shrunk to nothing.
There comes Rodrigo Caicas. The gap has almost dismissed, and all 5, even 7 go-karts now driving in one long train. Caicas has got his train just attached to the back of the leaders. Here is Piontek leading, Puddifoot 2nd, Innocenti 3rd, Caicas 4th, followed by Mikosh, Nygren, Yamada, Asanuma, and also Firas is 4 seconds down. So from 8 till the 1st, all drivers within one long queue on the track.
Nygren recovering from his, earlier sort of, issues. Oh, Puddifoot goes to the race lead. Puddifoot to the lead. Innocenti briefly to second. Piontek's going to keep it on the inside. Can Innocenti, good move there from Innocenti. Puddifoot leads. Piontek crosses the line. Look at that, 3 wide. And now Puddifoot is leading the points as well as the race. 195 for Puddifoot, 183 for Piontek. 183 for Piontek, who crossed the line in 3rd position.
Unfortunate fight for Kakers. He just lost the train and was on the outside on the starting straight and now lost 3 positions in one move. But Jude Padefoot is leading now. Livio Innocenti is 2nd and Max Piantek down in P3 here. Sam Nygren fighting with number 26 of Yamada.
You can see there that was almost reaching out and pulling the NASA panel of Sam Nygren along. We've got Innocenti in 2nd, drafting with the Duck. It's only fair that the Duck is at the head of the convoy. That would shows my age, that film reference. The number 7.
That was a reference, yeah?
That was a film reference, yeah. The Rubber Duck convoy, head of the convoy. But Padefoot's not a big black Mac with a can on its back. Innocenti, Piontek, Kakers, Mikosh. That's your order. Oh, Piontek having a look at Innocenti. Be interested to see what the points difference is if Piontek could get past Innocenti. Padefoot leading the race and the standings.
Padefoot is leading now by so much he could even present a win for Livio Innocenti and help him to get up on the overall podium.
Yeah.
He has so big margin now. It's 15 points lead for Jude Padefoot now.
Daniel Jacob up to 12th position from 22nd on the grid. I wondered why the Lebanese flag and the French flag was suddenly dominating the live chat. That's because he's gained 10 places. Has the Project D driver, the half Lebanese, half French entry in kart number 19. 20. Luka Bogoslavevich, 3-second penalty. Now, Piontek, 190 points. Padefoot, 195. Piontek is 4th. Who is that now? It's Innocenti and Mikosh. Oh, sorry, yeah, so the Padefoot's advantage in the head of the point standings is now 15. Hungary, support coming in for Marcel Berges. Mark Berges has come from 27th to 11th. He, I think, is the biggest mover of them all.
Here are our leaders. Jude Padefoot at the front, Livio Innocenti following, and then Juraj Mikoš. Innocenti now running 2nd is just 5 points short of overall podium. He will step on the podium at the night if he overtakes Jude Padefoot. Padefoot has enough points to finish 2nd or to finish 3rd. He anyway will be in front. Max Piantek, he's next in the overall standings, is down in P4 now.
But of course, Innocenti on 170 point, Mikosh on 173. Yeah, Padefoot is on 195, but don't forget he would lose points. If I were Jude Padefoot, I wouldn't want to risk it for a biscuit, if you know what I mean. It's better.
Of course, he wouldn't risk it because it's a podium today at the track.
No, yeah, but of course, you know, you're thinking, okay. I mean, you know, it's the internet. If he knew he could finish 4th and still win the title, then yeah, he would probably not be as aggressive. But of course, the 2 drivers following him are in the top 6 in points. There is a big points shift.
And there is a big prize also here on the track for podium of the final, not only at the evening for the overall podium. So Jude Padefoot is fighting and will give nothing for free.
Yes, the number 16 kart, Franjo Toncic, the latest to get a 3-second penalty as well for contact.
Rodrigo Kakers moves in front of Sam Nygren, and we are following Jude Padefoot and Livio Innocenti. A small gap between them and Juraj Mikoš.
I mean, Sam Nygren, 20th in 2023, 28th last year. Even though this final has not gone quite his way yet, Still got 4.5 minutes to go, and Nygren's still fighting.
And now
oh,
he
he's not
is losing spot on the podium at the evening ceremony. Nygren is down. 3 go-karts go by, and Nygren was just 1 point ahead of Juraj Mikaš, who is currently running third and losing those places. Sam Nygren is just dropping off the podium.
I've got to say, Tamim Firas has obviously been inspired by his older brother Malik Firas. Malik taking a top 5 finish in the B final for Sprint Cup, and Tamim has jumped up from 15th to 9th here in kids. He's behind Kazuki Yamada, who runs 8th, Asanuma, who is 7th, and Nygren, who is 6th. So Jordan on for 2 top 10 finishes this year with only 2 drivers. Let's see what happens. That would be great news for the Fun Extreme KartCenter in Saudi Arabia, where they do their qualifying races.
3 minutes left. Is Juraj Mikaš falling back from Podfoot and Innocenti? The gap is increasing. There is more than half a second now. Rodrigo Kakers is up to P4, and Rodrigo Kakers actually now is the one who can get Sam Nygren back on the overall podium. If Rodrigo Kakers can catch and overtake Juraj Mikaš, Mikaš will be off the overall podium and Sam Nygren will be back up there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a cookery lesson going on further back by Daniel Jacob, up 11 places from 22nd to 11th. Who else has been in the kitchen or in the lab working hard? As I look down the order, well, obviously we talked about, where's Mark Burquez? Oh, he's dropped down now to 19th position. Unfortunately, Burquez has lost ground after his earlier big up. Fastest lap of the race, Franjo Toncic, 133.351. Agaleki Nusapulu, she is 18th, even though she has also received a penalty.
Jude Podfoot leading, and Livio Innocenti right behind. Juraj Mikaš was back more about 1.5 seconds, and here comes Rodrigo Kakers in between the leaders. Livio Innocenti side by side. Kakers in the penultimate corner. They are going through the last corner out to the starting straight. Who will get the slipstream? Who was better exiting the last corner? Here they are, and Rodrigo Kakers is running third behind Livio Innocenti and behind Jude Podfoot, and going up to third, Rodrigo Kakers is saving Sam Nygren. Sam Nygren holding his position now, will be on the overall podium in front of Livio Innocenti.
It's going to be close. 173 points for Nygren, 170 for Innocenti and Mikaš. There is the battle going up the hill. 1 minute to go. 2, 4, 5 karts for the lead. Puddifoot, Innocenti, Kakers, Mikaš, Piontek. Then a gap to Asanuma, Nygren and Yamada. Firas is 9th and Kreishen's 10th. Then Jacob. But it's all about the top 2, 4, 5 in a row.
All top 5 drivers now. Last seconds of this race, 40 seconds remaining. It means in this lap the time will not be over. So 2 full laps in this race, and we have top 3, 4, 5 cars together fighting for the places on the podium here in the final, and also fighting for the overall steps. And Kakers goes inside. Innocenti goes inside.
Crossover.
They are going wide out of the corner number 16, and Jude Puddifoot is still leading.
Puddifoot in one corner. Puddifoot goes from first to third and back to first in one corner. Brilliant synchronized overtaking, undertaking and crossover switchback moves there from Puddifoot, Mikaš, Piontek.
It's Mikaš going to right racing line through the 16th corner and moving up to second place. Now is back on the overall podium. Pulling off from the podium, Sam Nygren and Livio Innocenti. Juraj Mikaš driving second is doing everything he can to get the most of the silverware today.
Jude Puddifoot looks about as nervous as a duck walking past a Chinese restaurant at the moment. He is being hunted.
He's being hunted already all the race, all those 16 minutes, and he had survived. So he is good at that.
The time is up. Can Jude Puddifoot somehow hold off the 7 carts that are right behind him? Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Back to Yamada in 8th place. We've talked about
line from Puddifoot and no one gets in.
We've talked about how difficult it is to defend the final lap against 1 cart. Jude Puddifoot has got to do it against 7.
There comes Rodrigo Kakers inside of the last corner, almost right after Jude Puddifoot fighting for 3rd place over the finish line. 7 go-karts in within 1 second. They cannot stop. They cannot stop until the first corner.
Sam Nygren has just gone from... Where'd he come from? He came from 7th to 2nd. He passed 6 drivers in 1 corner. It's all gone. It's all kicked off here. There's Asanuma. Puddifoot still leads, but is that going to be enough to give him the win? Who is that in 2nd place? Nygren now 3rd. It's the number 26. It's Kazuki Yamada.
He was 8. He was 8 a lap ago.
This is good news. Yamada to the inside. Yamada to the lead. Now Nygren. Yamada defends. Puddifoot's round the outside. We don't know who's going to win the championship until they cross the line. It's Japan, Sweden, the UK. Puddifoot is still ahead of Piontek, Mikosh, but he's behind Nygren. And look at this, number 29, Kotaru Asunama, now coming into the battle as well.
Jude Puddifoot is almost certainly winning the championship, but what can he do in those last 3 corners? He's outside around the Sam Nygren, getting inside in penultimate corner.
Slim Shady from Puddifoot, round the outside.
Here he goes up to 2nd place, back behind Japanese driver. Jude Puddifoot is 2nd and almost takes the win. Yamada 1st, Puddifoot 2nd, Asanuma 3rd. Where did those Japanese drivers came from? They were at the end of first 10 a lap ago, and now Yamada 1st, Asanuma 3rd, Sam Nygren is 4th over the finish line, and that means with Nygren finishing 4th, he is 2nd in overall standings. 3rd in overall standings is Juraj Mikoš, who is 5th on the track behind Nygren. And it is Jude Puddifoot taking the win in Saudi World Series in 2025.
Jude Puddifoot, a mighty duck. He wins with 185 points. He didn't win a race all week, but he was never far from the front. Consistency is key. What? 2 Japanese drivers on the podium. Kazuki Yamada. What a drive from Yamada. Where did Yamada start? The answer is on the 5th row of the grid. It's the 2nd win for Japan. It's the 1st title for Great Britain. 7 drivers crossed the line in within 7 tenths of a second. That was spectacular stuff. Nygren, that move on the last lap from the penultimate lap, that gave Nygren P2 overall. The driver that had never finished higher than 20th finishes 2nd this time. Piontek loses out at the end. Piontek eventually finished 7th. Let's take you through the order quickly. Yamada, Puddyfoot, Asunama. Your top three.
Then comes Sam Nygren, then Juraj Mikash in P5. It's Rodrigo Kakers finishing in P6. Max Piantek is down in P7 but holding third on the overall podium in front of Yamada. Yamada finishing first is just 3 points, missing the overall podium. Piantek is 7th. Livio Innocenti going second almost all the race. On the finish line is only 8th. There in P9 is Tamim Firas. P10 for Marcel Christians. Daniel Jacob finishing 11th. Jokubas Kaminskas is 12th. Then comes Franjo Toncic in 13th place. Angelike Nosopoulou, even with the penalty, is in P14.
2 top 10 results this week for Jordan. Then Matisse Aita, Rajue Cheng in 50, Dennis Mares and Xavier Brousseau. Javier Brousseau finishing 17th for Canada. Ryusi Takagi and Mark Burges from 27th to 19th. With a penalty, Luka Bogoslavich rounded out your top 20.
Theo John Noland comes in 21st. It's Esteban Freihuber in 22nd. Nolan Hebete 23rd in front of Ricky Weinstein and Alexander Drzewiecki. Enzo Felix finishing 26th in front of Evan Dhanasavara and Paul Ledma, and also Enzo Biskeglia down in 29th.
That was a full rundown as you watch a quick 16-minute highlights package from that race. Wonderful stuff from the kids. Some penalties a little bit earlier on there. Franjo Toncic, we'll have a little look there. Nygren wasn't happy at that point. I'm just waiting to see how much of the last lap. Jude Puddyfoot, well, you know, I said, you know, he not only had to fly, he had to duck and weave, no pun intended.
And
look
think,
at Nygren and
think.
Yamada here. This is coming on to the last lap. You've got 3 rows of carts. Nygren, the pink crash helmet. The 29 runs a bit wide. There's Nygren, and there's Yamada, 8th to 3rd. Then he defends, and Puddyfoot did the last corner. Puddyfoot doing a Slim Shady round the outside. Here it is. Coming, he has to pick his moment very carefully. 3 wide into the penultimate corner. That's Puddyfoot completing the Slim Shady, and we love this. First and second, they both are cheering. They know, Puddyfoot knows, Yamada wins. Ooh, what a race. Well, here is a look at our junior drivers lining up. This is the penultimate race of the Saudi World Series International Finals. I tell you what, Gertz, they're going to have to go something to beat that kids' race. That was very special indeed. But you know something? Because of the way the points are, this race could be more wide open than any other. There's Emil Forker. He will lead them onto the grid. He will start from pole position. The handmade signs from his family will be waving. And Louis Hutter will start second. There he is in the red and white Kartel race suit. I think that was Kuba Duernicki and Mario Matias following them out. Here they come out onto the circuit. There's Mario, little barrel-sized driver, but he's a very fast driver as well. Lena Pichler there going through, and I have to say the driver from Hungary just behind Lena Pichler there on the, I think there's Aaron Gurgeli Puttizieri. He was very gentlemanly and carried some of Lena's weights to his car. Who says chivalry is dead? Now, let's take you through the starting lineup. 29 drivers will go. Oh, are we ready?
I think are always ready. We have two races, and we will see after this kids category race what will happen now. There they are on the track, making the historic photo of Saudi World Series 2025. All junior category drivers who has made it so far to the international finals in Saudi World Series.
Yes, indeed. They take their positions. Nice set of poses.
Just smile and wave.
Smile and wave. There is Naomi Garcia, who is doing all the social media for the event. Yeah, you're allowed to wave to your mum and dad. You're allowed. It's okay. It's okay. Right. Your starting lineup is as follows.
29th on the grid, Gilles Girard.
Gilles Girard from France, his first time here, the Speed Kart Hiries driver.
28th, Taiga Nakahara, and 27th, Kristaps Tennis.
Taiga Nakahara from Japan. Kristaps Tennis, the Latvian driver, 8th in this event last year.
Sebastian Šašek together on row number 13 with Maxim Dremin.
Czech Republic's Šašek and Maxim Dremin in kart number 11.
There is row number 12 occupied by Aaron Gergely Pustazieri and Vladimir Bruno.
Pustazieri from the karting by driving camp track in Hungary. Vladimir Bruno, he was 15th last year in the kids class. He's had a growth spurt.
22nd, Elias Segato, and 21st, Ottilia Grandberger.
Elias Segato lent his crash helmet to a driver in the endurance race yesterday. Ottilia Grandberger from Latvia, she was one of the winners of our crash helmets on Thursday night, the Latvian lady.
Starting from P20 is Ivan Koptiev and 19th, Lena Pichler.
Ivan Kopchev, he's got to gain 6 places to equal his 14th place finish from last year, does the Ukrainian. Lena Pichler from Austria, fast young lady starting P19.
There in front, Timofey Kushniruk and William van Leersum.
William van Leersum, representing the Netherlands, qualified for the Dubai Autodrome. He was 2nd here a year ago. Timothy Kushniruk, 7th a year ago in the kids class.
In row number 8, there are Christopher Giustizieri and Mark Beltran.
Christopher Giustizieri, his father lost his credit card here, but we found it and didn't spend any money. The Italian is a lucky man. Mark Beltran from Spain, 12th as a kid last year.
14th, Sofia Gaborikova, and 13th, Oskar Vedlin.
Slovakian girl Sofia Gaborikova, the highest qualifying young lady in the class. She's got the cat ears on her crash helmet. Oscar Vedlin was 29th a year ago.
6th row on the grid, outside for Mario Sarapulo, inside Joao Lucas Santos.
Sarapulo was one of the pole winners on Wednesday. Joao Lucas Santos, he's from Portugal.
In top 10 goes Maximilian Sovic and Peter Fabry.
Max Sovic, 10th as a kid last year. Fabry, 4th in the kids class last year from Slovakia.
P8 Theo Di Vincenzo and P7 for Michel Wolters.
Belgium's Di Vincenzo, 6th 1 year ago. Michel Wolters in cart number 27 from the Dutch Racing Series.
Outside of 3rd row for Roman Curtis, from inside it's Igor Polak.
Roman Curtis won 2 of the 3 heats yesterday on Thursday. Igor Polak, 5th as a junior a year ago.
On the 2nd row with number 23, we see him on the screens now. It's Mario Matias, and starting beside Kuba Dvernitsky with number 17.
Mario Matias, the Portuguese driver, 7th in this class 1 year ago. Dwernicki from Top 1 karting in Poland.
And here, looking straight into camera, is Louis Hooter with number 2, and starting from pole, Emil Forker.
Louis Hooter said he wants us to call him Lewis Hamilton. Well, he's got to win the race before we can think about doing that. The Swiss driver, Emil Forker from Germany, he was 5th in this class in 2023, 18th last year. This is his last year as a junior before he moves into senior. Let's have a look. Aaron Gugeli Puttieri, plenty of support on the live chat for the Hungarian. Mario Matias from Portugal, plenty of support there as well. Likewise for Roman Curtis from the Brentwood karting track in the UK. And yeah, we've got Portugal, the UK also getting plenty of support. Where is Vladimir Bruno from France? So, Louis Hooter, Switzerland, Yanis Maurer. Well, Yanis was very keen to get Mr. Delectoire's interview on camera yesterday. Mr. Delectoire is the driver that borrowed Louis Hooter's crash helmet and Louis Hooter's race suit and Elio Sagata's crash helmet. Yanis Maurer from Germany on the live chat. He's raced in this before. He's coached by Mr. Delectoire, so he obviously knows him and Louis Hooter very well. As usual, the Dutch are now piping up. Flying young Dutchman, Michel Wolters. Well, Wolters starting 7th in this one. The point standings, Gert's Team Rot. So listen up, folks, this one's going to be good.
This is quite open. Every possibility of drivers getting the podium at the evening at gala ceremony. But now, starting from pole is Emil Forker. There he is with number 26, and he has 120 points in overall standings. Louis Hooter on the front row, starting 2nd. He has got 116, so only 4 points less than Emil Forker. Kuba Dvernitsky is 3rd with 113, missing 3 points to Hooter. Then Matthias, 2 points less with 111, 2 points less for Polak, and Curtis with 109. We have actually 6 drivers, maybe even 7, still fighting, if not for the win, then for the overall podium. But now they are ready to race for 16 minutes plus 1 lap. Going off the grid, it's Emil Forker leading. Great launch from Louis Hooter. They are side by side, not trying to cover each other. They are just driving straight to the first corner, and here he goes. Louis Hooter takes the lead, starting from the same row as Emil Forker.
Great start. Louis Hooter, he stayed wide. He didn't sort of come across and try and squeeze because he wanted to keep the momentum. He wanted as wide a turning arc as possible, and it kept him, and it gave him the lead. The 17, Kuba Dwernicki moving up a position. There's a scrummage down in the middle of the pack. 4 wide going into turn number 8. 4 carts lead the way. Curtis in 5th.
It's Kuba Dwernicki showing some signs to Mario Matias. Mario Matias was so in such a hurry trying to overtake someone already exiting from a 5th corner.
Yep.
And now, instead of being 2nd, he's down to 4th.
Hooter leading side by side between Forker and Dwernicki. Then it is the 23 of Matias. We wait for the 5th place cart. That would be Roman Curtis. Behind Roman Curtis looked like Igor Polak, who has slipped back 1 position. But signal. Let's move forward. I think that might be Michael Wolters, who has made a good start as well. Is that Wolters now up into 5th position with the orange crash helmet?
It's Kuba Dwernicki now driving 2nd, right behind Louis Hooter. They are over the finish line now. Emil Forker, our pole sitter, is 3rd now, but they together with Dwernicki now are passing on the stride Louis Hooter. Hooter was left on the outside and goes through Dwernicki and Forker. Dwernicki now up in the 1st place, leading the race now, and that could bring him also at least 2nd overall.
I'm going to count the amount of times, not just a lead change, I'm going to count how many times the title changes hands. Emil Forker started this race with the title lead. After 1 lap, Louis Hooter now has the title lead, the advantage, 191 points to 180. We will keep this going as the race progresses, because 4 drivers, because so many drivers have a chance of winning this, I think we'll see a lot of overtaking, because, no one can afford really to sit in 3rd and take a title. I think this could be first across the line wins, personally. Although Dwernicki is 3rd at the moment, he is leading this race. However, he was 2nd when they crossed the line. What a leap! Did Louis Hooter just forgot to brake? And he somehow got it slowed down for the corner, and now Emil Forker will emerge in front. What will this do for the championship standings? And they cross the line to complete lap 2. Emil Forker is now your leader.
Not anymore. Hooter goes through. What a move in the corner number 16 at the end of the lap, and starting next lap he is trying to overtake even more. Hooter now comes back into the lead. One more outside line for Hooter. He is trying to defend his inside, and there comes Matias, number 23, goes through, and it is his opportunity to get a 2nd place in this race, and that will move him to the podium.
And in the orange crash helmet, Michael Wolters picks up a couple of positions. Theo Di Vincenzo is next with the dark blue race suit, the black crash helmet. The track is like my arteries, clogged.
Mario Matias now left on the outside, watching how the go-karts are approaching side by side with him and not able to do anything. He is outside. There are 4 cars coming in. There is nothing he can do. Louis Hooter now is down the order. There he comes with the go-kart number 2 in front of 27th, with Wolters was only 8 at the beginning of this lap.
Well, Emil Forker leads on the road and in the standings. So the standings, the championship has changed the lead of the championship has changed hands twice so far this race. I think Emil Forker is going to carry on leading it for the time being. Who is this now chasing him down? Dwernicki, Polak, Di Vincenzo, Hooter, Wolters, Matias, Fabry. Curtis is 9th and Gaborikova is 10th. Dwernicki 178 points, Forker 195. Emil Forker now taking control of the title situation.
And he's also taking attention of the stewards. He just got a warning.
Well, Louis Hooter just got a warning. Kart number 2 Yes. So Hooter in third position in the standings, fifth position on the road. He's got to be careful. He needs to overtake several karts to get back into the championship lead, but he can't overtake them by pushing them out of the way or he'll get a penalty.
But Polak now is up to P3, and if Polak is there, Hooter can lose even third place, because Polak now is 2 points behind him in standings. Not only the lead, also a podium in the overall can lose Lewis Hooter.
Yep, now let's look down the back quickly. Oscar Vedlin up to 12th. Timothy Kushniruk going the fastest of anybody through sector number 1. He is 14th. Lena Pichler is up into 15th position. Ivan Kopchev to 19th. Going the other way. Looking down, where is Sarapulo? He has dropped. Where is Sarapulo? He's dropped to 18th position. It's not going well for Mario Sarapulo. Likewise, Vladimir Bruno has fallen down the order. Segato, Kristaps Tennis, and poor for Attilia Grandberg. She starts 21st. She now runs 29th. Nothing to choose the front though, still Forker, Dwirnicki and Polak. But there's nothing to choose between them as we've got 9 minutes to go.
That's the same as in a superheat. 2 Poles are chasing down Emil Forker. It went well for Forker previous time. Can he do that again? He will win this race. He will win overall standings if he is in front. But everything else is still open here on the track and in overall standings. Kuba Dwirnicki now is second. A little gap there before Igor Polak. Now they are approaching turn number 12. All those turns are great overtaking opportunities, and one more dangerous place is just right before corner number 16. Here they are now up the hill, 14th corner, and they're down the hill all this way down, going on the right side of the track, defending their lines. They are approaching corner number 16, and there are moves. Walters moving in front of the second group of drivers.
DiVincenzo now trying to pass Louis Hooter. Hooter back to P6. There's a group of 3 leading. There they are. Forker, Dwirnicki and Polak. Then there's a gap. The gap is actually 1 second to the next group of 2. It's now Walters and DiVincenzo chasing. Hooter and Matthias have dropped back even further.
Hooter has lost 1 place. Here is overtaking move. It's Igor Polak going inside. Both poles fighting each other. That is opportunity. That is a chance for Emil Forker to run away. This showing. Dwirnicki is showing his compatriot. Let's go. Let's move forward. You see he's running away, and we see he is running away. Emil Forker is at the front. There is at least half a second now. Can they fight back? It's Walters moving up the ranks. Now he is in between both of poles. Kuba Dwirnicki still driving second and waiting for push from behind. Walters is there. They are trying to catch the leader, but Emil Forker so far has done everything perfect, and as soon as both poles started to fight, Forker just ran away.
Out of turn number 14, down the hill through the turn 15 kink. Now on the brakes,
and
here comes Walters. Move from Mikhail Walters. He gives the signal to Polak. Right, let's push. Walters is 6th in the points. Mathematically, he can still be champion, but it's going to be very, very difficult. Well, let's see about when it is. Look at that mirror signal maneuver. 3 wide. Walters for the Netherlands has the lead. Second is Dwirnicki. Forker fights back. He's got Polak pushing him. Now Polak looks to the inside. 3 wide for second. They make it work. Great driving. Millimeters apart. No one rubbing it against each other. There's DiVincenzo.
No one saw DiVincenzo coming. There he is.
It's like no one saw Yamada coming in the kids' race until he was leading. And now we'll see Has this changed the lead of the Oh, Emil Forker almost gets forced onto the curb. That could have been curtains for Forker, but he saved it.
And now Forker is in the same troubles as Hooter. They were leading at the beginning, and now here they are down the order together with Mario Matias, who started fourth. But fight for the lead. Here is Walters leading, and now Michael Walters. Such a move, such an overtaking during a little bit more than one lap. What a speed he's got now. And DiVincenzo is outside and losing 2 positions now.
Wernicki back to the up into P3. DiVincenzo fourth. Matthias side by side with Forker for 5th position. They cross the line. Michael Walters has taken the championship lead for the Netherlands. He jumps up. What a lap! 179 points. Polak is second on the road and second in the championship. You're looking at 1-2 in the final and the overall standings at the moment. That is the 3rd time this race that the leading the championship has changed hands. Wernicki and DiVincenzo are closing in, but the Netherlands have got a title in sight. 4 minutes to go.
Walters leading. Igor Polak is next on the track, behind him now on the track and also in overall standings, and they are separated by only 5 points. That means whoever is at front after 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap is our champion, not only winning the final but also getting a champion title in Saudi World Series. Junior category on the track for a little bit more than 3 minutes plus 1 lap. Here comes Michael Walters, followed by Igor Polak. They are fighting for the win. They are fighting for the title.
This is incredible stuff. And of course, there's Louis Hooter. Louis Hooter has got past Emil Forker. This is 5th, 6th and 7th you're looking at. Anyone, depending on the order in which they finish, pretty much anyone in the top 7 can still win the title.
But for Hooter, it's not enough to pass on the track Emil Forker. Even in these positions, Emil Forker will be 3rd overall, and Hooter is missing 3 points to Emil Forker, but there is no one he could overtake now.
There's 8 points separating Walters, Polak, Forker, Wernicki and Hooter, with Matthias 15 points off the lead. Then Curtis, who is sadly fallen down to 11th, and DiVincenzo, even though DiVincenzo's doing very well, he's pretty much out of it. Any one of 6 can still be a champion with 2 minutes of the main event plus a lap to go. But the more that these two work together, the chances of everyone else is receding. Like the tide, like my hairline. It's going to be a head-to-head fight between the Netherlands and Poland. The Netherlands have won 2 races so far this week. Poland have not won anything yet.
We will see in 2 minutes time, less than 2 minutes plus 1 lap, who will win this race and who will take the title in a junior category. Here they are, Walters leading, Polak second, only 5 points separating them now in the standings. Wernicki in 3rd, Teo DiVincenzo up in 4th. Here are coming the leaders over the finish line. They had a 0.8 seconds gap behind them a lap before, and now that is 1.4 seconds. When Igor Polak will think that is enough, I can start to fight. We will see how much space behind he needs to start fight with Michael Walters, but he will do, that's for certain.
The alarm bells have rung for this group. Louis Hooter, he gets out of the way. This is now like the Tour de France, which starts today. He goes from the front of the peloton to the back. They're working together. All these drivers in the second group now see the danger. Have they left it too late? Because they're going to get the last lap board next time around. Walters and Polak separated by 5 points in the championship. If Polak passes Walters, he's the champion. If Walters stays in front, he's the champion. If they let the rest of them catch up and it all kicks up, who knows who's going to be the champion?
There is Walters looking back over his shoulder and 180 degrees corner. How far is everyone back? And he is checking when Polak will start to fight. Polak gets racing line into turn 16, defending line for Walters.
Yep.
And it seems like Polak was not trying to overtake. He was waiting to increase the gap. Now he changed the line. He's going outside and showing Walters, let's go forward. But now it seems like he has changed his mind. He got so great exit of last corner that during starting straight he is in front. Igor Polak is leading race and leading championship.
The fourth different driver to lead the championship in this race. 1 to go. The rest are 1.5 seconds back. Polak runs a bit wide. Walters to the inside, over the curb, wheel to wheel. Walters has got the inside line. But Polak's got the momentum. Polak still leads. Here come the cavalry, led by Kuba Dwernicki. Have they left it too late? Polak has it. Walters wants it. Down the middle straight we go. This is another classic, Kurtz.
There is only actually 2 or 3 opportunities for Michael Walters to get back his lead and his title. Igor Polak is leading. We are going through turn number 13, uphill to 14, and then this dangerous run down the hill to the turn 16. There is probably the last opportunity for Michael Walters. He is moving to right. He is going wider line. He will carry much speed
What a
to
move!
this corner. Over the curbs goes with 2 wheels. Michael Walters in a penultimate corner. Inside line for Igor Polak. He's pushing
Watch
wide.
Dwernicki.
There
Watch
is coming
Dwernicki. Dwernicki's
Kuba
going to steal
is
it.
for. Kuba is going in front.
Dwernicki.
It is Kuba Dwernicki taking the win.
Poland win the race and the title. Dwernicki takes it on the run to the line from 3rd to 1st. He's your champion by 11 points. He's your champion by 1/10 of a second. I was wondering, they're going to drive each other in deep. Dwernicki wins 3rd to 1st, coming out to the final corner. That's insane. Poland win. Cinema. Absolute cinema. Here at Campillos. Poland win. Kuba Dwernicki wins. Wow, good team Rots.
They
wow.
will be on the podium now at the track, and both of them will be on the podium at the evening. Kuba Dwernicki and Igor Polak. What a race! Emil Forker is 2nd overall, and he will get his prize. But over the finish line, Forker is in P4, followed by Louis Hutter in P5. Peter Fabry comes 6th. And then Sofia Gaborikova in P7. Theo De Vincenzo on the finish line is 8th, followed by Mario Matias in P9, and top 10 completed by João Lucas Santos.
5 drivers led the standings in that race alone. Kuba Dwernicki led from Wednesday afternoon, when these drivers started to score points. Kuba Dwernicki did not lead the championships until about 20 metres before the end of the final. That's nuts. Hutter was Forker, Hutter, Polak, Walters all led the championship at one point. Dwernicki ended up taking it. This is another great race. And you know what? No penalties at all.
Hutter gets just 1 warning flag, and that's all. Here is number 17, Kuba Dwernicki. He led already during the race, then everything changed again. He was 3rd at the end of the race and then took the win.
I mean, at one point he led the race. Now there's Louis Hutter up over the curbs. 5, look at this. This is fantastic. You couldn't get closer. Right. Dwinicki taking second place there. But this was like a different race altogether, because there in the middle at the back of this group is Walters. Walters started the last lap. Well, Polak started the last lap leading because Walters came out of the final corner on the penultimate lap, leading the race and the championship. He eventually finishes third in the race and sixth in the championship. I gotta say congratulations to SodiKart for coming it together with this format and this point structure, because it rewards consistency but also the win in the final. This is where it started getting great. Walters to the inside. There is Dwinicki being pushed along by Di Vincenzo. Dwinicki there in the black race suit without the white, without the green. He crosses over Forker. They make it work. Now it's Polak versus Walters. Polak, I thought he had probably timed it perfectly. There's the run to the start of the last lap. So that is when Walters lost the championship lead. Polak has the advantage on the outside. Where is the race winner? Where's the champion? Not in camera shot yet. Behind him, this all kicked off on the last lap. Dwinicki is there. He's still 10 kart lengths behind. Over the curves, Walters takes the lead again, forces Polak a little bit wide, but Polak comes in and the run to the line. Look at that now. Dwinicki leads the first time. Now he's champion. Just like that. Another classic, exciting, enthralling race. And the two Poles celebrate, even though Polak, look at that. Oh, that's the spirit of karting that you love. Poland become nation number 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 40. Poland become the 16th country to win a race this week. And we've still got one race to go. The order, okay. France, 10 wins. Spain, 9 wins overall. And every race, heat race, superheat, endurance race that we've had. And it's a Spanish front row with 2 Frenchmen on rows 2 and 3. What price? Spain tying France with 10 wins apiece in the main event, the Sprint Cup A final. I hope you are sitting comfortably, ladies and gentlemen. If you are watching this and you know one of your mates likes karting, quickly drop them a message, a WhatsApp, or whatever messaging device you use, and say, here, there's a link to YouTube, have a watch of this. The 2 drivers in front of you, neither of them have lost a race this week so far. Like I was saying, the 2 front row drivers are undefeated throughout racing. Heats, superheats, 4 races, 4 wins each. That means they have never met head-to-head on the track yet. We look back down the order. This will be the first time that Diego Perez Lara and Christian Perez are drawn in the same race. They've been in different groups throughout the competition so far. At least one of them will lose their undefeated record. Maybe both will. Who could possibly imagine in a competition like this that somebody could go through the entire event without losing a single race? 105 drivers qualified in Sprint Cup. We're down to the best 35. The 35 drivers that secured the most points during the heats and superheat. Here we go. Out onto the circuit. The drivers get their introductions. We got 17 rows plus one to go through. Who made it in Gert's Team Rots?
Starting 35th is Matisse Carnejac.
Carnejac races in Rotax and also races in the Endurance Series from time to time from France.
Starting 34th is Sam May and 33rd Martin Gerard.
Sam May from the UK, Gerard from France.
Laurent Carrier and Federico Concina from row 16.
Carrier was a Frenchman. Carrier was 16th 2 years ago. Concina qualified the Lignano circuit where this event was held in 2019.
Starting 30th is Christian Salvet and 29th Benedek Kovacs.
Salvet from Estonia, Kovacs from Hungary.
Pedro Goncalves on 28th spot on the grid, and besides Kirill Martelog on 27th.
The last time Pedro Gonçalves qualified for the Sprint Cup was in 2023 when he finished 56th for Portugal. Kirill Martelog in kart number 39, he finished 24th last year.
There is Alexis Melis on 26th and Ahmed El Zissi on P25.
Alexis Melis splits his time between sprint and endurance. He was third in 2023. Ahmed El Sisi, the only driver here from Egypt, he was sixth as a junior 2 years ago.
There is Nico Titz and Nate Kosenina on row number 12.
Slovenia's Teach finished 48th a year ago. Nate Kosenina as a double junior champion in 22 and 23 for Slovenia as well.
Kyle Adita Kumaran starting 22nd and 21st is Anthony Chevasson.
The Indian Express, Kyle Kumaran, runner-up in the 2021 Rotax Grand Finals DD2 category, and Anthony Chevasson from France, 2 top 10 finishes in the last 2 years.
Top 20, Manuel Rodrigo and Albert Boss.
Manuel Rodrigo set pole position in the very first qualifying session for Spain. Albert Boss from the same kartbaan Oldendal circuit as Debbie Wolfs in the Netherlands.
P18 for Alexis Janin and P17 Davis Zalmans.
Alexis Janin, the only of the Janin brothers to qualify for the main event from France. Davis Zalmans from Latvia, he was desperately unlucky not to win this race for Latvia 2 years ago.
Kevin Drzebiatowski and Alan Seagal on row number 8.
Drzebiatowski from Poland. Alan Seagal currently leads the 2025 Sony World Rankings.
P14 for Amael Pereira and 13th Kevin Tuvena.
Amael Pereira won a race earlier on. Kevin Tuvanin in the number 38 kart, well, he was 14th back in Slovakia.
6th row for Levent Zabo and Andrzej Leibnieks.
Slovakian driver Sabo was 6th a year ago. Andrzej Leibnieks, another driver that has sat on the pole here this week. He was 29th the last time he qualified for this race.
In top 10 goes Jack Williamson and 9th John Del Valle.
British driver Jackpot Williamson, 14th 1 year ago, 5th 2 years ago. John Del Valle, it's his debut, but he is a local ace here at the circuit. He won the 30 hours of Campillos last year.
Konstantinos Nosopoulos starting 8th and Victor Bota in P7.
Nosopoulos finished 16th last year as the only Greek driver to win a race this week. Victor Bota, runner-up last 2 years in this event for Poland.
It's Ilyas Miftakhudinov with number 80 starting on 3rd row from the outside. Inside of 3rd row for Remy Loth.
Miftakhudinov won his superheat. He also finished 8th for Ukraine last year. Remy Loth from France, he's never finished higher than 28th in the last 4 years.
There we see number 99 of Orion Van Wees starting 4th, and Thomas Candaminas with 106 on his go-kart starting 3rd.
Van Wees from Belgium, Candaminas from France, they both won heat races.
And there is our front row. Never lost a race this week. Christian Perez with number 9 starting 2nd, and Diego Perez Lara with number 105 starting from pole.
Perez, 3 race wins in his heats plus the super heat that he was in. Same for Diego Perez Lara. 2 Spaniards, 2 undefeated records. They come from 2 different tracks. Perez from this circuit, Campillos. Perez Lara from Circuito Henacart. Which undefeated streak will go? We just do not know. I know Jean Del Valle isn't just a local ace. He does a lot more racing, but nobody knows this track quite as well as Del Valle. Why is he so far down the order on row number 5? That's because in his second heat race yesterday, he mistakenly took the last lap board for the checkered flag whilst battling for the lead, and that dropped him from either a final finishing position of 1st or 2nd down to 8th.
That is quite a sign how much you lose with even one small mistake here in Saudi World Series. The competition is so tight. Just miss the clock and you are in P10.
I mean, looking at the race wins, we've had, Christian Perez obviously has won 4 races. Thomas Candaminas has won 1 race. David Zalmans has won 1 race. Diego Perez Lara has won 4 races. Orion Van Wees has won 2 races. Jackpot Williamson has won 1 race. Looking at the other thing, Konstantinos Nousopoulos and Ilias Miftachoudinas have also won 1 race as well in the heats. Obviously we've had the C final and the B final, and now we get set for the main event, the main attraction. If a Spanish driver wins this race, they tie France with 10 wins over the course of the week in all classes. Breathe and breathe. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. We can have a lie down shortly. Well, we've got to do the podium and then the closing ceremony. But this, 2 years ago, this event in Slovakia Ring was not a great advert for karting. They've changed the engine since then. They've changed the event rules since then. Last year in Genk, when Benjamin Kuyvers, I believe, was the champion, it was superb. Simon Devane, Benjamin Kuyvers, Belgium won it last year. It was really, really superb, I've got to say. Let's hope it is as good as we expect it to be. It'll be as good and clean. It's either going to turn into one of 2 things, I believe. It's going to turn into 2 Spanish drivers pulling away from the field, slipstream with each other, working together, like we saw all the teams doing the endurance race yesterday, and fighting it out one-on-one over the final lap or so. Or it will turn into an absolute multi-kart war. It all depends.
It could be. There could be an agreement between both Spanish drivers, but we are pretty sure Thomas Candaminas is not in there.
Obviously
he has his own plans.
Yeah, obviously the 2 Spanish drivers, Perez Lara and Perez, are the favourites, but they're not guaranteed to win. The points are weighted.
We have seen so many favourites slipping off not just podium but even overall standings. So we will see how this will work out. Diego Perez Lara and Christian Perez starting from the front row. There is Thomas Candaminas and Orion Van Wees, followed by Remy Loth and Ilias Miftachoudinas. There are a lot of fast drivers. 35 best drivers are getting ready ready for the final in Saudi World Series. All those practice runs, all those races, all those competitions have led here to this event, to this race, to this final, and we are fighting for the title in 2025.
16 minutes plus a lap to decide which one of the near 14,000 drivers around the world at rental tracks, indoor and outdoor, that use Saudi kart chassis, who have raced in at least one Saudi World Series qualifying sprint race. That's not including the kids, that's not including the masters of the women or the endurance. Nearly 14,000 drivers have tried to qualify over the last 12 months for this event. Of the 105 best that made it, the best 35 of those now sit on the grid. There are other events. I think I'm thinking of the Rotax Grand Finals. We have to earn a ticket. But apart from that, no drivers have had to beat more rivals in their class around the world to make it here. Again, I think the exact number is 13,759 people have scored qualifying points to get to this very moment now. Before we get started, as they line up, Saudi Kart have brought 35 staff with them. They have brought well in excess. They probably brought 150 brand new chassis, all with brand new engines, Honda engines, 390s for the seniors and then 160s for the juniors. 3MK events, they have put on free food, prize draws with bell helmets in the Tal Kart shop. This event is 1 year in the making. We've had no breakdowns, with very few accidents and no safety car periods. Let's hope it continues in that vein.
Let's see, will it be that way? We have 35 drivers and green flag. It is up, it goes down. Great launch for Christian Perez. He's in front of Lara. Lara is pushed forward by Thomas Condaminas. Condaminas is third, both Spaniards at the front, but there is outside for Christian Perez. That means problems. Through goes Thomas Condaminas. Is Thomas Condaminas second now? They are fighting there, and there comes Orion Van Wees. Orion Van Wees is up to second now, followed by Remy Loth. What a start!
Thomas Condaminas ruined the plans that Perez and Perez Lara had between themselves. Perez Lara deliberately took a slow start to allow Christian Perez to come along and take the inside, but then Condaminas got onto the rear bumper of Christian Perez and pushed him through. That forced Perez Lara onto the outside line, and there was nothing he could do. Then he got swallowed. Perez, the number 9 car to Perez on the outside line. Perez Lara leads, even though he was hoping to slot into second. Christian Perez finds himself down in about 6th position thanks to Thomas Condaminas, and then a great run from Orion Van Wees. I said everyone else is going to try and ruin the plans for the two Spanish drivers because it's simple. They know if they let them get away at the front, it's game over.
And now they are over the first lap. Now Diego Perez Lara is leading. Orion Van Wees, after this great start and great battle during the first corners, is running second. Remy Loth is third, and Christian Perez is fourth. So there still is a hope. Here comes John Del Valle up on the inside through in front of Thomas Condaminas. Condaminas just lost 5th place.
Oof.
There is the fight. Andres Leipniak side by side with with Thomas Condaminas, but Diego Perez Lara, number 105, is leading the race, followed very, very close by Orion Van Wees. Now, here are our leaders. Here they are. Not Perez Lara and Perez, but Perez Lara and Van Wees.
Yes, Orion Van Wees took a long look over his shoulder, trying to calculate who's behind me and can they help me. He looks over again. Does that mean he's going to start attacking? If he wants to win, he needs to start attacking. He nods to Remy Loth. Is he going to start? Because he needs to drag Perez Lara back into the pack. Sitting behind and pushing away isn't going to help Orion Van Wees become the champion. It might mean he wins the race, but he won't win the title. He's nodding again. Loth is en route in third position.
Loth is on hunt now. He is there, and how can he catch those two drivers? If Orion Van Wees gets in front, it's almost sure he will slow down to get Diego Perez Lara in that crowd.
But he's got to then make a move. He's got to start attacking. He's got to force Perez Lara offline, and he's not doing that. Meanwhile, Jack Williamson is up to fourth. Condaminas runs fifth. Sixth for Victor Walter, seventh Perez, Del Valle in eighth, Lusopoulos, Boss, Muftadinov, Leitnix, Tuvanin, Pereira and Trebiatovsky. Your next bunch of drivers, already a penalty for Levente Sabo. It's not going to be another top six finish for the Slovakian this year. Orion Van Wees, the gap between him and Loth is 1.1 seconds, but the gap between the top three and Williamson is over 2 seconds. He needs to start slowing Perez Lara down.
What is the plan for Orion Van Wees? He was showing something and nodding the head to giving signs to René Loth in third place, but as soon as Diego Perez Lara looked back, Orion Van Wees was showing him drive, let's run away. He is planning something and we do not know what.
Well, Vota and Williamson in fourth and fifth are working together, but they're 4 seconds behind these two drivers. Orion Van Wees is only 4 points behind Christian Perez. Perez Lara at the moment, a perfect score, 260. Perez, 238. Van Wees, 234. Condaminas and Loth tied on 226. Wota, 217. Miftadinov, 215. Del Valle, 212. Those are your top 8 in the point standings. But Van Wees, if he lets Perez Lara go, he's got to try and make a move now. We got 10 minutes to go. You've got to go, Orion. You can still be champion, but only if you drag Perez Lara into an almighty dogfight. He's saying, come on, come up to us. No, you've got to slow Perez Lara down, Orion.
But can he do that? Perez Lara is just this small margin, but ahead, only at the end of the long straight. Orion Van Wees is so close that can push a little bit. Diego Perez
Here he
Lara,
goes!
and here he is! Starting straight, goes right on the inside. Orion Van Wees is on the inside, up in the first corner. Can he carry this speed? They are nodding heads. Maybe thinks Diego Perez Lara that they now will try to run away, but it's highly unbelievable that Orion Van Wees could be interested in that.
No, indeed it would. You're right, Gertz. Check the gaps. 2.9 seconds between these two and Remy Loth in third, and another 2.7 seconds back to Condaminas, Williamson, Rota, Del Valle and the rest. Now let's see if Van Wees starts slowing them down. He's looking over his shoulder. Perez Lara thinks, okay, I'll work with you. Let's see what this does to the point standings. This will put Orion Van Wees into second place in the points. Will it? I don't
But-
think it'll give him
I
enough.
wonder if we are overthinking all this stuff. Horion One Ways just got to lead the race. He is leading. He is going to win the final. Is he thinking about some points now?
Yes,
Maybe
he's-
yes, maybe no. We do not know.
He will be. He's got to be thinking.
There are 3 seconds already.
He's got to be thinking
They
about
are
it.
pulling away.
You don't race all year to not think about the point situation. They crossed the line. The gap between Perez Lara and Van Weiss is just 6 points. Horion Van Weiss has just got to get one driver between himself and Perez Lara, and he's the champion. He's got to start backing Perez Lara up. It's got to be tactics. He's going to be sick as a dog if he wins the race and realises that he could have been champion if he'd have just slowed the pace down ever so slightly.
They are not slowing down so far. 3.1 seconds behind was lost behind Diego Perez Lara. Now that gap is increasing during this lap. Horion One Ways and Diego Perez Lara running 1:24.5 seconds, 1:24.9 for Loth, and 25.1 for Condaminas and Williamson. There is no one who can match this pace now.
No, because they're working. Here's the chasing group coming down towards turn number 16. This is Condaminas, Williamson, Wota, and Del Valle. This is 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. They're closing in on Condaminas. They're 2 seconds back. They are 6 seconds off the race lead.
3.9 between Diego Perez Lara in second and René Loth in third. They are pulling away. Horion One Ways is leading, and they are running away together with Diego Perez Lara. He can win this race, but he cannot win the title this way.
Exactly. And now, okay, we've still got 7 minutes to go. There is still time.
4 seconds.
I can't understand it, Kurtz. I can't
Because we
understand
are
it.
just watching and calculating something. When you have a crash helmet on your head, you think differently. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, I've raced and I've been in a championship situation where you do calculate points as well. This is, you don't come all this way just to win a final. You come this way to be champion. You've got to think of it like that. I mean, I'm not being critical of Horion Van Weiss. Please don't think I am. He's been driving fantastic. He's won 2 of his 3 heat races.
He's dedicated to race.
Yes.
He is going first. That is all. That is everything. He's winning, and he will be on the top of the podium.
Now he's signaling and say, okay, come on, let's go. I don't know. He's thumbs up. Yep. The gap continues to grow. All he needs to do is get Remy Loth between himself and Perez Lara, and he's champion. Surely there are people signalling to him saying, slow down, back Diego up, let Remy catch up. Victor Wota now runs in 4th place.
Yes, but knowing how fast is Diego Perez Lara whole week, wish you luck trying to slow him down. He will be through and away.
Well, I mean, and if he is, so be it. Yes, Horion Van Weiss is still going to be second in the championship, But he might not win the race, but he'll be second in the championship. And I wonder,
He can lose to Christian Perez if he lets through Diego Perez Lara, and then Horion One Ways can be third only, not second.
Okay, that's a very good point. You are right, Gertz. You are right, but here we go. The gap now 5 seconds. Condaminas, Del Valle.
Definitely, they are going away. Maybe if even, as you say, Horion One Ways had this plan in his mind, he knows, I think, very well how slow he can be not to let Diego Perez Lara through. He cannot go slower. There is no one who can match their pace now.
Yeah, that's true. He's got to do it. If he just starts pootling around, then Perez Lara is going to just go. mirror signal maneuver, pass, go. So he's got to be very tactical. He's got to be very subtle about it. It's just easing off the gas onto the brakes slightly earlier, going into the corner, rolling through the apex of the corner before you slam the throttle back down. Just sort of, don't block, don't defend.
And you think Diego Perez Lara will not notice that?
Oh, well, of course you'll notice it, and then he'll start attacking, and then you defend, and then it's a fight.
So far, all attacks from Diego Perez Lara were 100% successful.
I know. Yeah. Well, do you go down swinging, or do you wave the white flag? Who knows? I'm one of the people that think if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down, kicking, screaming, biting, gnashing my teeth, and you're going to have to put me down like old Yeller. But here we go. Here's the battle further back. Remy Loth has been caught by Thomas Condominas, Vota, Del Valle, and Williamson. They are the next group. Mifta Kudinov is also there. So is Albert Boss and Andreas Leitnix. That's your top 10 drivers. The gap is 6 seconds with 3 minutes to go.
They have to slow down for a second per lap, and then they will not be caught till the finish line.
It's not going to happen. Diego Perez Lara has got one hand on the trophy. He might lose.
He's got one hand on both trophies now.
Well, he's got on a second place trophy, yeah.
No, for the first place.
Well,
still,
yeah.
He is second, and we have seen that before, not only once. Diego Perez Lara is back on the rear bumper of Horion Van Wees. The end of the race, we are getting there. 2 minutes plus 1 lap left. Here are the leaders, and they are out on their own. There are 6 seconds. No one behind them. They are fighting for the win, and no one cares about some points. They are fighting for the win.
Through turn 16, into turn 17. Here we go. Across the line. 1:45 to go. There will still be time. Next time around, there will be a few seconds, so this is 3 to go. Next time around, there'll be 2 to go. Then 1 to go. I may not be good at strategy, but I'm not bad at maths. As long as it's got single digits in it. The gap, 7.2 seconds. Let's see. He's Perez Lara, 250 points. Horion Van Wees 244, Thomas Condominas 231.
Then Christian Perez with 227, Remy Loth with 223, 218 for Ilyas Mifta Kudinov, and 216 for Victor Vota, our runner-up for 2 years, and John Del Valle is down in P8 on overall ratings with 213. Last minute.
1 to go, 45 seconds. The gap, 7.2 seconds back to Thomas Condominas. Through turn number 16. There's Condominas with Loth behind him. Del Valle is now up into 5th position ahead of Vota. Jackpot Williamson has lost a position to, who is that that's come through? Andres Leitnix. Ilyas Miftakadinov at the back of that group. The clock is going to strike 0 pretty soon. Horion Van Wees from Belgium. Belgium have won 2 heats, both from Horion Van Wees on Thursday. They could win their 3rd race of the week. That would tie them with the Netherlands and the UK. If Perez Lara wants to maintain his undefeated streak, they're signalling. I'm going to go. They're still signalling.
Maybe that was signal about just do that on the last lap, not now on the last lap.
Yep.
The time is over. This and then one more full lap to go. One full circle till the finish of Saudi World Series International Finals here in Campillos KartCenter in Spain. And this is Horion Van Wees leading the race and Diego Perez Lara leading the standings.
Through turn 15.
And
There's
goes
the signal.
inside. Diego Perez Lara is inside. Horion Van Wees now is driving second, but there is still one more lap to go. The fight is not over. Diego Perez Lara moving in front, out on the starting straight. Horion Van Wees ducking onto his steering wheel. They are side by side during the straight. There is a first corner going uphill. Narrow line for Diego Perez Lara up on the curb and out of the best line in this corner. Horion Van Wees is following closely. We are in the final lap of this race. Wide goes Horion Van Wees at the entry. Diego Perez Lara is there. A small push from behind. Still showing him. Drive, go forward. Shows Horion Van Wees. This is the last lap. What is thinking Horion Van Wees pushing Diego Perez Lara forward? He do not has to run away from somebody. They have
There's a
run
move!
away. He goes sideways into the corner 11. The short middle straight. Horion Van Wees is inside. They can talk to each other. They are side by side. Van Wees heads inside line into corner number 12. They are up. They go in 13th. Diego Perez Lara is behind. And Horion Van Wees leading again. Only 5 corners till the end of the lap. And Diego Perez
Lara waves goodbye.
Go. You can go. Maybe he was calculating more than Horion Van Wees. Horion Van Wees is in front. He says thank you to Diego Perez Lara. Anyway, who cares about those points? It is Horion Van Wees who takes the winning final.
Well, Van Wees let Perez Lara go at the start of the last lap. What a celebration. There is your champion, Diego Perez Lara. Horion Van Wees takes second place overall and wins the final. Spain have another champion. The emotion comes out now. John Del Valle, congratulate him. Let's spare a thought for Christian Perez.
After the two leaders comes Thomas Condaminas. He is third and will be on the podium right now. Remy Loth is fourth. John Del Valle in P5. Then Victor Vota. Jack Williamson in P7. Ilias Miftakhudinov finishes 8th. P9 for Andres Leipnieks. And top 10 completed by Alexis Melis.
Behind the top 10, Kyle Kumar in the Indian Express finishes in 11th place. Kevin Tumanin in 12th. Albert Boss 13th. Nate Cosanina is 14th. And Pedro Gonçalves in 15th place. A couple of penalties. One for Levente Sabo. He finishes down in 16th ahead of Miguel Pereira. We also had then Martin Guerard, Kevin Treviatovsky, the top 20 rounded out by Kirill Martolog.
And after him there comes Ahmed El Sisi, 21st in the A final. Anthony Chevasson, 22nd. And Christian Perez at the end of the race is down into 23rd position. Christian Perez was leading the standings, was unbeaten all the week, and now in the main race Christian Perez comes home only 23rd, and that is enough for Thomas Condaminas getting third, not only in the final but also in the standings. Christian Perez is off the podium overall.
And look at that, Perez. It was that move from Condaminas at the start. Perez finds himself in the hornet's nest. Del Valle getting aggressive as well. Christian Perez simply could not cope with it. He drops to finish 23rd. He came in to this race joint top, started second. He finishes it off the podium in the overall championship, because Thomas Condominas will finish third. Ilias Miftakudinov will take 6th. Remy Loff 5th. Victor Vota 7th. John Del Valle in 8th position. Looking down, Nusapoulis, Tix, Kovacs outside the top 25. May 29th. Salvet 30th. Zalmans 31st. Carnajak, Carrier, Conceda and Rodrigo rounding out the finishing order. Yes, it's a tremendous win for Horion van Weiss. Of course it is. Did he miss a trick tactically? We'll never know. He certainly seemed as though he would be happy to settle for second. But commiserations to Christian Perez. Many congratulations to Diego Perez Lara. It does mean that in the sprint categories, not one single driver went through this week undefeated, which I think is a testament to all the kart preparation, the driving standards, the level of driving, the race direction, the marshalling. The marshals, you see them walking off circuit now, they deserve a huge, huge round of applause, because they've had no incidents really to yellow flag. They've been stood out on their posts all day, and yes, you know, they all night yesterday. They've been on their posts since testing on Tuesday. That's an incredible thing. The amount of work that goes into putting this event on is indescribable. So we just have to thank, I know we're going to see the presentation shortly, we have to thank everybody at KartCenter Campillos, Martin Roivers and his incredibly hard-working team, the staff that have in the restaurants that have fed us, the officials, the lady up in the VIP room, the cleaners. We have been, you know, there is a cleaning lady here that has been in our room to see if we wanted to empty our trash bin literally a dozen times every day. She hasn't stopped to make sure that this place looks spotless, and it is spotless. All the officials from Sony Kart, the mechanics, the refueling bay, the admin, you name it, social media, the photographers that are here. But most importantly of all, Gert, we would be nothing without the drivers, their families, their supporters, the people, their sponsors, the people that have sacrificed for 12 months to get here. We wanted to make this event as memorable as possible, whether you win, lose or draw. We hope we have done that, and we hope that the tens of thousands of you that have tuned in to this coverage, I think by the end of today, this event will have had more views on YouTube on the live stream over 3 days than any other karting event in the world in 2025 anywhere. That's a credit to Sony Kart, but it's a credit to you, the people that have watched, because many of you who are watching these drivers have been beaten by the drivers you're watching to get here, and yet you support them because they're from your country, because they're from your track, and the spirit of racing has been superb.
Henry Baudet, you know what? This was really a Winston Churchill level speech. I can nothing add there.
Well, I messed up so many names and probably upset so many people on the commentary, on the comments this week. I got to make it up somehow. But no, it's true. You know, I've been part of this event. I've been around this sport, commentating on it for 20 years. I love it. I love the fact that it's a sport in its own right. It's not a stepping stone. You know, it's go-karting is its own sport. Rental karting is its own area of that sport. Yeah, there's nobody here that is trying to become a Formula One driver. They just want to race competitively within their means, wherever they can. They get a chance to go around the world. Very, very good indeed. Should we go and do some podiums in a minute? Tell you what, let's have a breather, shall we, Gertz? It's been
Let's go there. We can see the big stage
Oh,
here.
yes.
That is not usually at Circuit Campillos. It is here for the Saudi World Series. And there we can see also a podium.
Yes, we will go.
It is so big. We see that from the camera, which is showing almost all the track.
Oh, yes, indeed. So thank you once again. Stay with us. Many hundreds of you are. We'll be bringing you the podium very shortly. Many hundreds of you are. We'll be bringing you the podium very shortly.
Se calhar tens que aumentar a resolução daqui da câmera.
Ali, câmera móvel do lado esquerdo. Está aí a subir, olha. Aumenta aí o volume dele.
Teste, teste, teste.
Som 1, 2, som 1, 2.
Teste, teste, teste.
Som 1, 2, som 1, 2.
Top.
Racing here at KartCenter Campillos is over for this day now. After 10 minutes we will start podium ceremony, and here at the track we will do the podium ceremony for the finals, for the drivers who cross the
finish line in top 3 positions in each class. The overall podiums and prize giving for the titles and the overall top 3 places will be held at the evening at the Malaga Automobile Museum at the gala ceremony of Sony World Series. After 10 minutes, please gather at the scene for the podium ceremony for the finals. track, and 2 prize giving ceremonies for overall winners, one here and one at the evening in Automobile Museum of Malaga. So in 5 minutes we will be ready to start. We will start with the finals podiums, with the podiums for 3 drivers who crossed the finish line today in the finals, first, second and third, and then we will continue here at the track with the overall podiums too.
Coming to the podium, up on the podium, up on the stage. Second best driver in kids category today, Jude Puddifoot.
The Dutch Jude Puddifoot from the UK.
And the winner of final race today at Circuit Campillos is Kazuki Yamada! Here are our winners, Kotaro Asanoma, June Puddifoot, and Kazuki Yamada.
Kazuki Yamada was 8th going into the penultimate lap, and he wins the race for Japan. Jude Puddifoot 2nd and Kotaro Asanuma in 3rd.
So if the pictures are done, just make one big round of applause.
Congratulations, our kids final. Thank you very much, drivers.
Juniors are next, and third place in today's final, Michelle Walters. Second, Igor Polak. And what an incredible win for Kuba Dernitsky!
Another race that was decided on the finishing line. Walters for the Netherlands. Poland take a 1-2 finish.
Here they are, Michelle Walters, Igor Polak, and Kuba Dernitsky.
One more photo. We just need the cameraman, Sergio. The man behind you is looking to get a photo. Just hold out the way a second, pal. Thank you very much, juniors. Now we move on to the ladies. Finishing in 3rd position, Anastasia Tereshchenko. But Gertz, we have a 1-2 for France, finishing in 2nd position. It's her 3rd Sony World Finals podium. It's Carla Fadey. But your winner, France and Bulgaria, will be celebrating because your winner today is Ines Krouchkova. A wonderful 1-2 finish for France and a great drive from Anastasia Taraschenko to finish in third position. The drivers get their trophies. Congratulations. Once again, a thrilling week of racing in the Ladies' Cup. Congratulations, Ilias Krochkova, Carla Fadey, and Anastasia Terashenko.
And now it's time for Masters! Third place in today's final, Eduardo Pavila! Second, Ian Anderson! And there comes our winner, Juan Esteban!
Eduardo Pavia from Brazil, but a bit of history made, and I think crowd, because Ian is profoundly deaf, the deaf for waving is this. Let's all applaud Ian Anderson in sign language. Look at me, what I'm doing. Applaud, great stuff, Ian Anderson. But of course, your winner from Spain, Juan Esteban, another fantastic race. The Faroe Islands on the podium, Spain, Brazil on the podium, but the home nation have their first win once again. Congratulations, Masters! Thank you, drivers. Thank you.
105 drivers to the Saudi World Series final. 35 best in the final today, and 3 best drivers up on the podium. Third place for Tomas Condaminas. Second place in the final, Diego Perez and our winner today, Horion Van Rees.
Third place for France. Second place in the final for Spain, and what a win for Horion van Weiss. He won 2 heat races, and his final, he took every one of Belgium's race wins this week.
Our race winners up on the podium: Tomas Condaminas, Diego Perez Lara, Horion Van Rees. Let's make one great round of applause!
So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings to a conclusion the finals for today. But of course, That's just a final. Now we announce the 2025 Sony World Series International Finals champions. When the Sprint Cup podium is concluded, we will bring out our top 3 in each of the championships.
And again, starting with the kids category, overall ratings, third place, counting together points from qualifying, from heats, from super heat and from the final. Third place by only 1 point, missing second. Third place for Max Piantek. Second place in overall standings, Sam Nygren. And so the World Series champion 2025 in kids category is John Parfoot.
Max Piantek representing SKW Racing Park in Poland. Sam Nygren representing KartCenter Kungälv in Sweden. And the Duck, Jude Puddifoot, representing Brentwood Karting in the UK. There are your top 3 finishers in the Kids Cup 2025 SWS International Finals.
It is time for applause now!
Thank you very much, drivers. Well done. We will see you at the closing ceremony later on. United Kingdom, Sweden and Poland in Kids Cup.
And let's see which countries will be up there for junior category. Third place for Igor Polak. Second, Emil Forker. And Sony World Series 2025 champion in junior category is Kuba Tvernicki.
The championship lead changed hands 5 times in the final between 5 different drivers. Igor Polak from Poland, from the Cool Runners kart track, he was champion at 1 point. Emil Forker from Germany, for the Cool Runners kart track, he was champion at 1 point. But for top 1 karting in Poland, Kuba Tvernicki, he was 3rd coming out of the final corner. He led for less than 100 meters all week, and he took the title on the line by less than 2/10 of a second. Your junior top 3 in the SWS International Finals 2025. Kuba Tvernicki, Emil Forker, Igor Polak, Poland, Germany and Poland. Congratulations. Got one photo with the Polish flag. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, drivers. Well done. Kuba Twernicki. Okay, drivers, thank you very much. We need to move on to the next category.
And now the ladies, third place overall, Debbie Wolves. Second in Solid World Series, Carla Fade. And France takes the win. Solid World Series Championship title to Ines Grushkova.
Debbie Wolfs represents the Netherlands, second last year, third this year. This is the third time in 4 runnings of the Ladies' Cup that Carla Fade has stood on the podium. She has the best overall record of any female in the history of this class. But a first-time champion, Ines Grushkova, she only won 1 race on track all week, but it was the main event, and she even went and actually, Carla Fade, I believe, Carla, have you stolen the French flag from the fence? I believe you did, but that's okay. The ladies are stealing flags from the barrier. Well done. The French tricolor 1-2 in the Women's Cup.
Thank you, ladies, and now it's time for overall results and master class. That was really a master class out there on the track. And third place overall, Ian Anderson. With 3 points advantage. Second overall is Makoto and Solid World Series International Finals champion in Master Class 2025 is Juan Esteban.
Once again, the Faroe Islands on the podium. If we could salute Ian Anderson, hands in the air, sign language wave. From Makoto Kubo, his first appearance in Masters, he puts Japan on the podium, but for the second time today, the home nation of Spain are your champions in Masters. It just goes to show that that life really does begin at 40. So I'm told. Congratulations, Juan Esteban, Makoto Kubo, and Ian Anderson. Thank you very much, drivers. Thank you very much.
the main title, championship title of Saudi World Series 2025. It's a sprint cup, overall ratings, and third place in sprint cup, Thomas Condaminas. Second on the podium, Horion Van Reis. And here is our champion in 2025. That is Diego Perez
All three of these drivers won races over the course of the week. Francis Thomas Condaminas from Karting Designs won his opening race. Horion Van Reis from World Karts Kortrijk in Belgium won 2 heat races and the final. But our champion, Circuito Hennicart, Diego Perez Rara, undefeated throughout the heats and the super heats. He wins 4 races and takes the 2025 SWS Sprint Cup International Final Championship, beating 13,750 other drivers who competed in at least one qualifying race in the sprint category around the world this year. 13,750 drivers tried, 13,749 drivers failed to stand on the top step of the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, your Sprint Cup top 3. Thank you so much for joining us on the live stream. Record-breaking viewing figures for WFR Live TV and 3MK events. As the celebrations on the podium continue, on behalf of Gert's Team Rocks, Sony Kart, 3MK events and our wonderful hosts at KartCenter Campillos, this has been the 2025 Sony World Series International Finals. We will see you all here at the paddock at the closing ceremony in the museum at Malaga later tonight. For watching on YouTube, we will see you next year. Gracias, gracias.
Henry Baudet, you know what?